Good evening, everybody. First of all, I am very, very sorry for the late start. I don't think I've ever started. Well, sorry, ever is a bit extreme, but I don't think I've had a start this late that wasn't a Friday in a very, very long time. And there isn't a great reason for it. In fact, I don't think there's anybody around to hear this. But basically, um, I. I nodded off. Actually, the full reasoning is a little silly, but basically, I nodded off. So first of all, I woke up about an hour and a half after when I was supposed to start, and then on top of that, I want to do all the other things. So like, I wanted to have some dinner, clean all the just normal like real life stuff that is completely pointless to everybody who's watching the stream because they don't live here, but it's kind of important to me. So, anyways, I don't have huge expectations in terms of audience or anything like that. I do, however, want to do the best that I can with the time that I have. I do want to try and do a full stream. Um, and I am just kind of conscious of the fact that this is happening after a few weeks where I had to kind of poke some holes into the schedule. So I do apologize for that. I did say that I was going to be streaming today, and I am. The idea has always been to try and have that 1 hour window between 7 to 8 to allow me that flexibility. But obviously, if I sleep through that, I sleep through that. And that creates some difficulty in terms of just being able to meet everybody's expectations. But I don't like outright missing streams unless they're announced and unless they're part of just part of an overall plan. And my usual feeling about that has been that if I the day I take off is never the problem. It's the day after when it feels so much easier to take off. But in any case, we're back with Book of Hours, the lovely starting music. I think I was playing on stream last time. So the good, the bad, the ugly. The librarian has left the world behind. This has its advantages, but also its price. And all of my kind of, I don't want to say frustration, but all of my my scrambling aside, I have really been looking forward to playing the game today because there are, this is the first time ever that I have had the entire house unlocked. I've had large parts of the house unlocked. I've had, I've had cases where I've got a pretty good idea about where I would go to get the remaining parts of the house. But this is really the first session where I'm starting off with the full house unlocked. And on top of that, I also know that over the course of the session, let's say, we've discovered some sort of hidden items. So, for instance, we've got what was it? We found something in the oubliette. We found something in the underground altar. This one. We know that we can find something in the Rowanarium. So those are 3. And the tricky part here is that you can never know in terms of the game where the remaining ones are. We had a pretty good idea that there might be something in the chancel, but it might be that I misunderstood and that it was in fact it was something in the oubliette, because both descriptions sort of seemed to fit. But this is kind of the important factor here is that I don't know. And it's also kind of worth remembering that not every room is equally important. So if I were to talk about guesses in terms of, important areas that might have some secrets, this feels like a fairly big one. So there's the Catacombs altar, the Kalembic sarcophagus. I would be surprised if everybody's going to hate me clicking on this, but the altar of Saint Tintretto kind of feels like something that might have a mystery there. Possibly the Condignator, just because that's a big special item. And then what else? I think that might be it. But the thing is like every altar has potential. Every place kind of exists for a reason. So there's going to be, like for instance, we've never really done anything with the mirrors in this room. Yet we know that mirrors can be quite significant in the Secret History setting. Now, one question you might ask at this point is like, okay, well, there's an infinite number of altars and so on. And I've got all of the skills, so there's really nothing to sort of stop me from being able to just try all of the different skills and see what pops up and things like that. But that really wasn't how I found the secret here. There's a little, I don't want to say, there's a little trial and error here just as I tried to get a bit of an understanding. But ultimately testing the chancel was the one that led me to finding something in the oubliette. But I guess where I want to go with this is that I've been focusing a lot on areas where there is significance, but it's also worth remembering that we have things like the loading dock crane, which really just feels like this is something where if I want to get rid of something, I can do that. And technically that purpose has already been served by the boathouse. And it's also been served by the Sea's Edge, although I think you can go for a swim. Yeah, a brisk swim. I'll plunge into the waves, but swimming in a winter sea might be rash. Make sure you have dry towels at the ready. I'm not that brave to swim in the winter sea, but the main point that I wanted to make by illustrating those other rooms is that I need to allow for the possibility that every single one of these rooms has got a special object waiting for me. But it is also, and in fact it's quite likely, that only a handful of them do. I mean, again, like I suppose the question is like, how many treasures of the house do you expect there to be? So the reason why I sort of knew to check the ones that I ultimately did was because I read the descriptions of various books. And that's going to be one thing that I want to try and follow up on over the course of this playthrough. So whenever I need to access certain books, the plan is going to be or certain elements of the soul, the plan is to get a cycle of reading certain texts. So I can basically just so I can get a better, or just so I can reread a few details. So as far as the books are concerned, that's one. I want to be exploring some of the... Basically, I want to be finding the treasures of the house. And as always, like, there's the outside option of just going into the game and saying, well, how many treasures of the house are there, right? You can always check that on the inside files. But that's not the point of playing the game, right? Going in and finding the discoveries on your own is one of the... Hey, how you doing? Be freefuls. Sorry, I'm still getting used to the pronunciation, but good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. I know I'm really, really late starting, so I was kind of suspecting I may not have anybody to watch. But yeah, so in that first instance, we've got the search for the search for the books, and if I get desperate, I can sort of brute force a whole bunch of different skills. But that doesn't strike me as the most fun way of exploring the house. What I probably want to do is try and read lots of different texts. And I have a few different indications of where these things will go. So for instance, what might have been the clue for the oubliette here, that one was the open head. And it is still possible that the open head wound up giving me a hint for the chancel instead, and I just didn't realize it. Well, I mean, these things happen, right? Like, the reasons why also matter. But the but yeah, so the basically the plan here is that I want to the reason why I'm cycling through the different cycling through the different texts. Um, Sorry, I got thrown off my game. I'm just gonna take a second to get something. Okay, so I have my note-taking apparatus. But yeah, so trying to cycle through the different books is going to be one way that I try and maybe pick up on some of the clues that might have been left behind. Now, haven't helped myself too much by leaving the library so scattered. There may be a side project that I want to do in terms of just working out how I organize the library, especially because there are like I've got some overflow. I really don't like the look of all of these books just kind of sitting on these shelves like so. I sort of feel like maybe they should be. I feel like we should be properly storing the texts. On top of that, one of the things that I've largely neglected as part of this playthrough has been inspecting various items inside of the house, and there are some things which can be destroyed, and there are some things which I can just examine for the sake of examining it. So one thing I might do as I start finding myself with some free elements of the soul, I might just go and, just study items room by room and maybe just kind of go through them the order that I went through when it came time to unlock the house. That involves a lot of work, but on the other hand, given the fact that I'm already going to be trying to reread a bunch of different texts, that seems like a decent way of sort of following through. And of course, I'm gathering some more data as well. So for instance, when I do that, one of the things that I'm trying to do is just find out, what's going to give me a taste, what's going to give me a scent, what's going to give me a touch, a sound. And then I can also probably clean up a few more of the statues here, because technically I haven't actually filled in the 4th, 6th, and 10th librarians yet. Kind of got everything in order, but maybe that'll be the first set of things I actually do the inspections for. And then there was another thing there was like a mystery about one of the sins of maybe Gregory. That's because of the winter. You actually can see when you load into the game first, you actually see the transition from the default season, I think spring, to winter, which is kind of neat. Now, on top of all of this, I still also want to be leveling up Disciplines of the Scar and Sacralamea. So we did get lucky in the sense that it didn't, with the transition into winter, we didn't get hit by a Numa or something like that. So I talked a little about sort of overall plans for things. But the other thing that I would like to do is, where I can, I would like to still take on certain books read certain books and also level up certain skills. So I think, if I recall correctly, Disciplines of the Scar was just a straight up leveling. So there's no sophistication behind that. Sacralamea, I'm actually trying to remember what the plan was for leveling that up, because I don't believe that there was a Sky Moth combination that I was working with, but I might have some notes here. I believe it was bells and braziers because it will give me additional forge. But yeah, I definitely have more than enough to go on today. So the first thing that we want to try and do is get 6 lantern and edge for Disciplines of the Scar. And I think we're going to do the same trick that we did with Reverend Timothy here. Just in the end, I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 elements of the soul. I'm going to want the Faust to be able to level up Disciplines of the Scar, but I've already got one of the memories that I need already. So I think in this case, being able to talk with Reverend Timothy is an easy one to pick. So Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Now, next up, I have plenty of things that I can use for the levels. And one of the things that's worth remembering here is that Bittersweet Certainty, Contradiction, and Torg's Cleansing are all things that I can do without Reverend Timothy. So that's going to be where we start. And I need to just get my laptop open here. Oh, man. I don't know how many of you are Mac users, but the new OS Sonoma has got these wonderful motion, like basically screensavers that turn into your backgrounds. They pick some really spectacular images. Okay, so we have 3 texts that will give us Bittersweet Certainty. We've got Glimmerings, Musgrave Sketches, and the Black Book of Brittany. So I'm going to do Black Book of Brittany first. And we've kind of read each of these a few times over, but again, it never hurts, specifically because we're going to be looking for places where the... I'm specifically looking for certain information about where certain items are located. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it, and perhaps recall a memory. I'm trying to remember the 3 and the 3s, I think. I'm noticing the sun figure, but I would have associated this with the triple knot. 3 and the 3 Vatican manuscript, a church-authorized version of an older text. The book describes the chancel and the calyptra, 2 triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine, so that's definitely not it. All right. So for a contradiction, I think for this one I'm going to try observations on the peacock door, but I'm actually at a loss as to whether or not I have that. And one thing I will just stress, like, when it comes to looking for individual memories, it does mean that I'm going to be a little bit slower on things, but the purpose of this is to sort of unlock things that delight us. So it's a little bit of pain that we do to get ourselves in a spot where we can find something that we want. Given the fact that I don't know if I actually have this book, so one problem about maintaining this sheet since beta is that some of the names may have changed, and some of the books may not necessarily be in my collection. One more round through the books, and then we'll find another candidate. Wainscot Histories is always a safe one, but I'm not looking for safe. I'm definitely looking for... I'm looking for some specific information. There is a possibility too that it's a recording, but usually the recordings have like a title that suggests it's a recording. Okay, no luck for me, I think. Oh, here we go. The Gal of Lagash discusses the Peacock Door, the highest door available to mortals in the Mantis' rent, an imperfection and abrasion. Okay, so for that, let's use the Whist to level that up. And we need Vac. Moon the Cycle. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Now, it did just occur to me, I think I just threw away the last lantern that I had to be able to generate a memory that I needed. So, and looks like I can't do Torg's cleanse. Oh, no, I sort of can. So, purge myself of harmonious resonances, accruing some personal edge. It won't be pleasant. Okay, so that gets me started in terms of some elements of the soul. I suppose the question would be, do I want to use my health for gardening or something like that? I don't think that would be a bad idea, but it may not be the most important thing I could be doing right now. So let's just unpause, and we'll see where the day takes us. Okay, so it's a storm. Now that would have been good for Sacra Lamea. The other thing is that this might be a time that I want to take a crack at in the mountains as upon the plain. So I'm definitely not above changing the plans, even though I've committed a whole lot. This is a rare opportunity for us to be able to read a difficult book. Okay, Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So, let's think a little bit about how... So I guess the first question that I would ask is that let's say we were to go for this book. What would a full session achieving this book look like? So we'd maybe take the Faust, we take our highest level Sky, which in this case would be Sacra Lamea. Even if I use it to boost up Sights and Sensations, that's not going to change anything. Though technically I can add the ink, but if I add the ink, I've got this no problem. So let's then say we would have to add the Vac, which is currently occupied. So then I would add a memory and the Astrolabe. So realistically, when all is said and done, I'm anywhere between... well, I can't say that I'm 7. So I think at minimum we would have 2, so 13 to 18 would be 5. So I'm anywhere between 5 to 3 off. Now, if I had the Didymos, this would be trivial. In fact, maybe I just don't want to run this risk. But I do have, I have money, so it's not a huge deal. So let's see if we can bring this up to 3 Sky, because I think that's achievable. Yeah, so an Ascended Harmony will give us 4 Sky, so I think that's the right way to go. So, but this does mean that I'm going to be renewing a few... it does mean I'm going to be renewing a few elements of the soul. So let's take you bells and braziers. Right. Oh, actually, that one's short. Okay, I think I gotta do this at Solomon's desk then, so we can use the Mazarine fife. I'm trying to do this without using a memory. Now, if it's Sacra Lamea, it's... yeah, we don't have... what's required? Sights and Sensations is Ichor Auroral. So unfortunately, Bells and Braziers seems to be my highest level music making one. That actually creates a small problem. Yeah, so let's see here. So Bells and Braziers is primarily Forge. So if I had a five music, oh, drums? No, drums and dances couldn't possibly. Especially because it's not Sky. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to need to lower my expectations here. So, I still have a plan. It's just going to take me rather far through the day. Okay, so let's go to Natan's desk. Oh, hang on. I'm probably bringing a Solace along. No, I'm bringing a Foresight. Okay. So we've got Natan's desk. Let's use our heart, and let's find a different book to give us Storm. Well, it doesn't have to be Storm, but... let's try Those Who Do Not Sleep. The Mystic Broadnax discusses the origins of the Sisterin Witch and of the Thunderskin. Okay, so we're going to leave the Faust for... well, it's only a few seconds if I don't, so... let me think about the steps that I've taken here. So we've got a Bittersweet Certainty, a Contradiction, we have the Merciless Alteration, got Torg's Cleansing, so that's four sights on its way, so that's 5. So we're 1 memory away from what we need for the level up. So I'm going to be getting my Lantern back from... oh, sorry. Yeah, well, okay, so first of all, I definitely need to be getting the Faust back, so Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. So now we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. And then... I'm sorry, I'm really, like, I'm kind of on the fence about this because I don't have a huge reason for having a Faust just sort of sitting around like this right now. I need 1 for the music. I need 1 for Sacra Lamea. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to keep it in the inventory anyway. I think I'm trying to do too much today. So I've carried a memory like a flambeau through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Okay. And I failed to remember the language. Now I have the fun of finding that book again. I also need to confess, I've had a bit of a cough today. Obviously, a cough sort of portends all sorts of things now. I think it is just a standard cough. It's actually possible that I was doing a little bit of cleaning. And it's just, I've said this and pretty much everybody knows, guy and girl, actually kind of knows how to sort of nod when I say this, but like my apartment isn't messy per se, but it is very cluttered, and I think there's a meaningful distinction between the two, and the best way I can summarize is it looks like a single guy lives here. So the drawback is that every once in a while I'll go to a spot and it's like, oh yeah, I really haven't cleaned this for a while. Like, it's just you see the dust everywhere, and then I'll like sweep it up, but inevitably, you know, I just wind up sneezing and coughing a whole lot. So I think that's probably what's done it. But yeah, with that in mind, right? Like, you kind of you don't want to show up to work if you're doing that. So we'll see where we are the next day, but I'm going to try and suppress the cough. It's not too severe, but it's mild. It comes up every once in a while if I breathe in very sharply. So I'll try not to gasp too much in the game, and we should be okay. So one drawback with reading, like trying to go for the in the mountains as upon the plain, I don't think we'll have to read it through the night, but we're definitely going to be quite late in terms of getting the memories out of it and such. So I shouldn't get my hopes up too much for what I'm going to see. Oh, that's great. That's going to allow us to boost up Disciplines of the Scar. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad that I do, when I do. Alright. So, Moon the Cycle of the Black Book of Brittany, a volume of ink lore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after, the Norman conquest. The black flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree run deep, and they may not be hidden forever. The black flowers, spoken of as doom or guise, can be held at bay with the last ink of power, brewed from the pale mixture in the presence of sufficient winter with the arts of containment. So that's basically the Millicant recipe for me. We've got Torg's Cleansing. The cleansing has left my skin burning, my teeth throbbing. The chorovality rumbles beneath the membranous surfaces of the waking world. Librarian Natalia Brulot learnt this powerful, if unpleasant, technique from the priest and edgelong Reverend Torg. And observations on the Peacock Door. Nangala of Lagash discusses the Peacock Door, the highest door available to mortals in the Mansis, a rent and imperfection and abrasion. Notably, the book is written in Vac, which by some accounts is another aspect of the Peacock Door itself. Nangala addresses this by apologizing courteously to the door and the language at the end of every section. The Peacock Door did not exist, Nangala says, in the days when the gods from stone entered the Mansis. They used the fanged key to open the Savage Door, a door not usually available to mortals. Speech, as the initiates of Kion would have it, is a wound. I fear that through that wound, the blood of the Mansis flows even now, and that one day speech will be an end to dream. I fear that, but I fear the alternative far more. So there's our contradiction. Now, normally I just take this Faust and combine it all into Disciplines of the Scar, but I want to remember that I am going to be getting something to make music in a couple of seconds. And that's the higher priority right now. Better now. Okay. So I am going to level up Disciplines of the Scar using the other Faust. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Now I'm trying to think if there's any other elements of the soul that I really want here. I've got everything that I need. It's really just a question of getting the Ascendant Harmony made, which means that's Faust only. So we'll wait the 30 seconds and then we'll pay for renewal at the Sweet Bones again. Okay, the Mystic Broadnax discusses the origins of the Sister and Witch and of the Thunderskin. The Sister and Witch are born in two wombs, one poor, one rich, across the sea. The Sister was the stronger in the aspect of heart, and so their survival was assured. The Witch was stronger in the aspect of Grail, and so they were not satisfied. When the Sister and Witch came west, the Red Grail permitted their ascension, but then grew jealous of their power. It lured a great musician into the ranks of its names and caused him to be reborn from blood as a heart hour, so that the Grail might maintain dominion there also, but its victory is not assured. So this is different from the weather storm. So the reason we did this was so that I can sit down at a desk with Sky. Where's my Mazarine fife? Alright, so we add that. Now we'll try Bells and Braziers again. So we've got an Ascendant Harmony. That's going to take 90 seconds. So I wish it were otherwise, but in this case, this is going to be the thing that potentially allows me to read the text. Everything else from this point on is sort of gravy. I mean, I'm not above, using Reverend Timothy to get me a, I don't know, like a memory that I can take through me for the night. Obviously, trying to level up Sacrolamea with Bells and Braziers would be nice. There you go, Solace will help us with that. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Alright, the skill is now level 7. Its power aspects have also increased. So this is going to be the one that I use to read As the Mountains is Upon the Plain. Oh, actually there is one thing I can do. I can renew these elements of the soul so I can make some money over the course of the day. So we'll work at the Sweet Bones for the rest of the day just while we get our studies done. So one thing that I'm not too fussed about too is if this doesn't turn out, right, if it's, in our worst case scenario, what really happens here is we use a Daidumos and we just try our luck reading this on a normal day. But because I've got the weather, and specifically because it's a four sky weather thing, it's foolish of me not to try and take this opportunity. Like it's nice and early in winter. We'll be able to take advantage of any opportunities that brings up. So, but it is fairly late in the day for me to be doing this. It's, that's unfortunately just the hand I was dealt. Okay, better now. Alright, with Keeper level Sky, an Ascendant Harmony might conjure a Daidumos. Ascendant Harmony, a bright and ringing music which evokes the blue sweep of the lower heavens. So, what we're going to do now is we will sit down at the Pale Desk again, we'll use our Faust, we'll use the Memory of the Ascendant Harmony. We need to bring as much Sky as we can, so this is a Sacrolamea for us. We will add in the mountains as upon the plain. There may not be a path where none has passed. We'll add the astrolabe for luck. So we're at 15 of the required aspect. We could potentially get lucky and wind up with a bunch of we just wind up with a bunch of like one element of the soul. Okay, well then we add the Faust, and then we'll get a bit of art with sky and so on. Like we could get a succession of one sky items, but what we're really hoping for here is weather or memory. Anything short of that, we're probably not making this happen. And we'll use Vac. Perhaps you provided sky, but not enough to match mystery sky. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So one of the first things I'm going to do, we won't have it in time, but I am going to try... Actually, you know what? If I try restoring the Faust now, I still can't use it in the book. So that was a little unlucky for me. I should have maybe thought that through. But again, this is not make or break. This is, we had an opportunity and it doesn't cost us too much to try it. So if it doesn't turn out, it doesn't turn out. Okay, more hindsight. I should probably watch this desk like a hawk. In fact, we're really only going to have one opportunity to make money, I think. It's not a terrible hardship, just I was hoping I'd have a little bit more. Better now. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Okay, what did we get? Duende, which I don't believe helps us here. So this would be... Oh, and it looks like 2 elements of the soul. Actually, last we saw was Ubi Sunt. Yeah, what a shame. Alright, well the 2, even if we had 2 Faust, that wouldn't have pushed us over the edge, so... and Duende only offers us 2, so we'd be 1 short no matter what. So, a shame, but these things happen. Okay. The one thing I could try and hope for would be... Well, if I try to make an Ascendant Harmony now, that would take me through the day, so there isn't really a credible way for me to get the Ascendant Harmony out of the storm. I think I'll just I'll take the loss and carry on. We may wind up with a sick Faust as a result. That'll involve a little bit of messing around, but Duende is a force, not a labor, a struggle, not a thought. Lorca. I think I'll wind up keeping the solace for tomorrow. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay, so let's see what numbers go up. So for future, 2 Grail, 2 Heart. I think the knock is Vac. Lantern, huh? No, that's from the Ascendant Harmony. Nectar. It's gotta be Moth. No. Okay, 2 Grail, 2 Heart, 2 Nectar. That would be consistent with Ubisoon, so... Alright, so yes. The mysteries have defeated me for now. You can always try again later. So, you know, again, the storm didn't turn out for us. But we know what we're going to try once we've locked in the Sacrolamea. We may even try it earlier, but I'll see where we're at. Okay, we've got a regret. Didn't seem to lose the Faust, which I'm happy about. So we'll see what the next day brings. So I'm thinking probably now would not be a bad time for me to work out my plans for the next day. Lots of Sky and Forge in terms of bells and braziers. The other thing I would like to think about, like, I do want to get these books read sooner rather than later, so there is a question, do I want to go harder on In the Mountains is Upon the Plain, or do I want to go harder on The Messenger Awaiting Her Destination? I think probably locking away the Sacrolamea would not be a bad idea, so we're going to do that first. I might even take a minute and just write out the plan for that. And then I think in the worst case scenario, we were going to wind up making some Forge inks to handle these books. But again, that's a separate concern for another day. So let's start by using the Solace, because I can turn that into an Ascendant Harmony and then eventually into a 6 Sky memory. That pretty much guarantees us the... like, when I say guarantee, it isn't a... I shouldn't say guarantee when I don't mean guarantee. It makes it very likely that we will get the relevant book on the next one. And that's just because with... specifically with... Well, you'll see what I mean when it gets there. However, just before I go too far, I do want to take a second with bells and braziers. So that's Forge, Sky. I'm going to do a quick inventory of books, because this is also going to be an opportunity for me to read certain texts to get certain outcomes. So I made a kind of a dumb move today, but it wouldn't have mattered with the random numbers I got. Okay, so out of the basics that I can get, for Forge and Sky, we've got Beguiling Melody, Cheerful Ditty, Confounding Parable, Foresight, 3 different Newman that would work, Savage Hymn, Solace, and a Storm. And it's worth remembering here that Bells and Braziers only requires 5. So I've got 8 of 5 that I can apply. Now, I'm still going to get Reverend Timothy, but I do want to think a little bit about whether or not I want to try and make the Ascendant Harmony now. So as always, I have some specific plans in terms of how this is going to work out, but I want to see how the day goes. Okay, Oriflammes, Sense Science Sciences. Dear Librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase the Orchid Transfigurations A Feast. In this case, this is a 4-grail Latin text. They're asking for 3 tally. This will still allow me to purchase a language if I need, so I will pick this up. Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. We've got the Solace right away, which is nice. Okay. So, here's what I'm thinking. These 2 Faust are going to be dedicated to... Well, sorry, I guess I only need the one... nope, I'm actually going to keep both. These are going to be dedicated to reading As the Mountains Is Upon the Plain. So what I can do here, and again, it's not, there's not like a big secret behind this. So here's the logic behind this one. I have a, Newman with 5 Sky. Oh yeah, there's one small wrinkle in this, but now this will still work. So the 5 Sky Newman, and then if I have a Storm, that's a memory that I can apply towards it. And I'll make sure that I renew the Faust just so that I can, just so I can have that for an element of the soul. And that saves me from having to mess around with the, all the, like, making a Didymos and all of that. Like, the Didymos basically gets me one Sky higher, which actually does matter. But I feel like there's other ways that I can get around this. So, it was back into balance that I wanted, which I think is from... I think Copperlith Omphalos? No, Sky and the Scar. Okay. So we'll start with that. Now this might leave me a little short for our goal of leveling up Bells and Braziers, but I think this is still a decent use of the day. So we're going to take our Trist here to read the Newman. I want to get a nice early start on reading that book if I can. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. I'm going to need a Storm. Let's do De Motu Corporum Veditorum this time. Okay. So back to our Sacre Lamea job. I think what I'm going to do here, let's start by using the heart. I'm going to get music from this. Let's do intimations of skin on this one. Instruments of the heart. And I'll just double check that that's not a recording. Yeah. So I'm going to need to restore the shaft, but that's fine. That's money well spent in that case. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, that's right. I'm going to do something that's not necessarily... So, Reverend Timothy may wind up giving me what I need out of this book, but I've always been meaning to find out what's in this book. So let's try the Amalgam of the Red Rose. An account by Mistress Redflower of the alchemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster, also identified with the Sunset Road. These operations ultimately led to their victory in the War of the Roads, but are now described as now debased. Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company, so the extra sky is helpful here. I probably shouldn't have grabbed the... to be honest, I probably shouldn't have grabbed the storm memory. But that's life, so let's stop by the Sweet Bones. We're going to keep talking with Reverend Timothy. And once we have the Newman, I'm going to try and read the book. I suppose the one thing that's nice about the storm is I can just use that with Sacre Lamea now. Because we don't have any other winter tasks that we need to do. Okay, I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. This doesn't help us with Sacre Lamea, so we'll just carry on. Sorry, I keep saying Sacre Lamea. It's actually Bells and Brageries that I'm concerned about, but... Alright. Edge a trophy. The Sky and the Scar. Gnomic exhortations that might be described as emergency procedures for the return of the traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross. Each page of this book, except the last, bears a single sign, clear and irrefutable as a gem. The final page is empty. The traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross might never return. Newman back into balance. When the traveling carapace kinds passed beyond the wave and the sky, they made arrangements for their return. There are histories where those arrangements might be invoked. Okay. So, De Motu Corporum Veditorum. The author rejoices in the name Abelard Hubris, and the title might be translated as On the Forbidden Motions of Bodies, evidently a reference to Newton's De Motu Corporum, published some 20 years previously. Hubris' thesis that stars, planets, and other bodies are the proxies or even essences of the hours, and that conjunctions and occlusions reveal the outcome of our intrigues in the Mansus. Hubris declares that the Great Comet of 1577 was the physical embodiment of the hour named Madrigad, that it disintegrated, but its fragments gravitate to bone marrow, where they can be located even now. He insists that aeronoscopic techniques can be used with essential periost and sufficient sky to create a talisman gerifugic. All right. Let's actually see what that does, because we have everything that we need there. Okay, so I guess that means I'm going to the Nocturary. I'm very, very short on I'm gonna have to follow up on that later. The Intimations of Skin, fiendishly complex, weirdly distorted illustrations of Congress and anatomy by the haunted visionary painter Niels Fredrik Malsker. Malsker illuminates the evolutions of the names of the Grail with unfortunate clarity. It seems that a lovely who consumes an ivory becomes an ivory, a lovely who consumes a thirstly becomes a thirstly, a lovely who consumes a name of another hour might take its place. In the penultimate illustration, a lovely grapples with a fungoid knot that can only be a name to the crowned growth. The lovely's mouth and other portals gape wide, and the growth name is already partially engulfed, but it seems that Malsker couldn't bring himself to illustrate the result, and the final illustration is only a scrawled, bloated obscurity. Okay, so let me just double check that... Sorry, I forgot. The Amalgam of the Red Rose. An account by Mistress Redflower of the alchemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster, also identified with the Sunset Road. These operations ultimately led to their victory in the War of the Roads, but they are described as now debased. The generals of the houses of Lancaster and York are described as brother enemies, a term more usually associated with the dyadic invariably twinned Edgelong. The author's conclusion is that the absence of the operations of the Dawn Road, the operations of Sunset, inevitably become unbalanced, debased, and ultimately enfeebled. The combination of the two is described tantalizingly as the Forge's true alloy. I wish I had a slightly better understanding of that. That's going to be one that I put on the to-read list. However, I do need to update my books because I put a foresight question mark on that, and that's clearly not a question. Okay. Now, first of all, I want to make sure that I'm going to have a FOST available within the minute, and I am. So now we're going to sit down at the Pale Desk. We will add Back into Balance, which should have a high-level sky. Yep. So we take Sacra Lamea, We had the Astrolabe. Baron Silence Astrolabe. Thomas DeWolf used this, our military, a spherical astrolabe in his calculations, but it is much older than he was. And finally, we will try our blue whale. A white whale in the mountains is upon the plain. There may not be a path where none has passed. Okay, so again, we're short, but the good news here is that we actually just need the snow. So the snow gives us the memory and the weather. So perhaps you provided Sky, but not enough to match Mystery Sky. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So we'll lock that in. We'll see where the day takes us. I may be able to employ the Solace towards leveling up the Bells and Braziers. And where we're at right now, I think I'm going to pour myself a glass of water and restore the Shap the old-fashioned way. But I am going to restore, well, when I have to, I'll restore an element of the soul, and I'll just use it to make some money if the worst case happens. Board out. So that's Shapt. Glass of water, quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Better now. So I want to make sure it's heart or whist that I use at the Sweet Bones just because of the money that it makes me. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Now, in the worst case scenario, if we get near the end of the day and it looks like we don't have the memories that are required, I'm going to turn around and buy up a couple more elements of the soul just so I can get us to those 5 memories. But we're already at 4, so it would be pretty weird if Reverend Timothy doesn't give us at least 1. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Okay, and in 14 seconds we'll find out whether or not I wasted the Newman. Okay, so they want an element of the soul, they want weather, and they want stuff, also things. So this is kind of interesting. So depending on how this goes, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. So I've got 2 options available to me. So one of them is to use the soul and then stuff, also things for the remaining Sky, and in that case I can use the snow to level up Sacralamea. Then the other alternative is I use the snow, and then we can use the Faust to get the relevant memory, and so on and so forth. And I honestly don't have a good answer as to which one I should do. I think probably I'm going to make the effort with the... Now, you know what? I should use the weather. Wait, why should I use the weather? I should use the weather because Reverend Timothy still has the possibility of generating a memory that I need, and I don't want to use up an element of the soul that isn't necessary. Although the stuff, also things, if I can find a 2... I mean, I could probably use Blue Crown. Better now. Could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I think I'm probably going to go for the... I think I am going to go for the things. Deserved a little quiet time. At last, I'm something of an authority in this. Improve the skill to level 6. So the weather was the right call at the time, but given the fact that I've been able to level up, now I can dedicate my elements of the soul, and whatever Reverend Timothy gives me towards leveling up whatever we get out of this book. Okay, there's still a chance. If I had a 2 sky item, that would be sort of nice, but I think that's already been taken up, so there we go. Use the flower as a bookmark, let's say. Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. And the skill is now level 6. Its power aspects have also increased. So technically we are we're at our top level with the with all of our lessons, but that's going to be true for 5.5 seconds when we get we might get 3 lessons out of this. All right, so in the mountains as upon the plain, there may not be a path where none has passed. Naingala of Lagash describes the secret to be found in the mountains. Naingala tells a number of lively stories about riddling ogres and wars between mountain tribes, and turns somber in the tale of the empty-handed hunter, a lover of the Grail who sought to match her appetites and join her as an hour, but in the end rent and devoured himself, giving his name to the mountains he had once roamed. Naingala claims that the Hours who sometimes manifest as birds, the laughing thrush, the ivory dove, the beach crow, and the witch and sister, oh, that I didn't know, meet at a secret location on a mountaintop to exchange gossip unheard by their peers. Now and then a mortal overhears them. The mortal is always obliterated, and the meeting place always changed. So this has got to be a skill that gives, so it's gossip and sky story. Actually, that helps us. Sky Stories presumably gets Bird Song, yeah. Okay, so let me just add the book to the list. Tried to work out an estimate of books. It was 250 something, I think, maybe 220. The spreadsheet I have right now has 196 entries. So there's going to be a little overlap with some of the things that I may have read a couple of the texts in here already, but we are well over halfway on all of the books. I don't know if one of my ambitions for this run is going to be to read all of the books. The thing I'm kind of conscious of there is that we only get an offer from Oriflammes every season, and we may not have the money every season. So that's a fairly slow way to acquire books. On the other hand, depending on the other things that I want to accomplish, that may, excuse me, that may just naturally happen with the passage of time. So I'm not ruling that out as a possibility either. In any case, Sky Stories here is going to be a fairly straightforward set of upgrades, I think. So we can level it up right away with our Faust and the gossip here. So there's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2, which will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. I don't know if I want to try and recover any more elements of the soul, because it's not actually that difficult for me to be able to push Sky Stories even higher. But what I do probably want to start doing is thinking about what my game plan is for reading The Messenger Awaiting Her Destination and in the manner in which the alchemist was spared. And one of the things that I might want to do is actually consider what things I can create with Forge. So with the new crafting system, I think I'm actually going to take a little while and do a small audit of the different Forgy things I can do. But obviously that's for the next day. Okay, an afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. I think we can get away with renewing and using one more element of the soul. So the general plan for a given day is going to be I'm going to use my initial elements of the soul to just accomplish things. So that could be reading a book, that could be investigating objects in the house. You know, there's any number of tasks that I can do with my elements of the soul. When I find I'm sort of sitting with the sweet bones kind of empty and I'm not really doing anything with it, my plan there is just alternate between renewing and earning, renewing and earning. And at some point I might say, you know, I just treat it like I get two cracks at an element of the soul or something like that. I don't have to, like, I don't need to be kind of precious in terms of generating money. Like, it's not, I'm doing okay, as you can see. But yeah, like the general plan here is that right now I don't want to use elements of the soul. I don't want to renew elements of the soul just to do something like, you know, investigate a candle, let's say. And that's just simply because I just have other things that I could, like, there's just so many things to do that I'll spend all of my money. And in the end, there's going to be enough slack in the coming days that I should be able to do that through other means. Anyways. So there's a couple things that I want to figure out. So first of all, with Sky Stories, we can get another, so that'll go up to 3 next. And then, so that'll end at 4. So let's move purifications and calcinations. But yeah, so essentially we just need 5 either Sky or Rose memories. Like I said, the main plan here is going to be to start figuring out what I'm doing with these Forge texts. So the sort of table stakes are 7 from Bells and Braziers, 8 from the Shapt, and then 9 from the, you know, Spanners, let's say. So in that case, we're looking for another... Sorry, I said 7 from the skill, 8 from the element, 9 from the tool. So I need 5 to move up higher. Yeah, okay. No, I have an idea of where I'm going with this then. It's gonna get a little tough to do these, to be honest. I can't really just rely on memories, but I do have an idea of a, how do I put it, like a slightly the first thing I'm going to do is work out a game plan for how I can approach those books. If I have to make powerful inks, I will make powerful inks. Those are within my abilities. But I actually want to use this as an opportunity to learn a little bit more about crafting. So I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So I'm probably going to take the Solace with me just because Sky Stories takes Sky, but we'll see. You know, we'll see what the next result is. It doesn't really matter because by definition these are all things that I can get from Reverend Timothy. Okay, So Storm is technically the more powerful of the two, so I'll maybe bring the Storm over instead. Again, it doesn't matter. It cares about the existence of Sky, not the intensity. Okay, night has fallen. Dawn will come soon. Can't really see a situation where I don't bring that Storm, so I might as well go to bed with it. Dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Got my £5 note back. Regret. Don't see that every day. Now the other thing is, if I don't need to use too many elements of the soul to level up Sky Stories, and it may just be a good idea for me to clear that out so I can say that it's done. But the other thing that I'm thinking of is I can knock out the Orchid Transfigurations really quickly. I think probably the smart thing to do is bring in Reverend Timothy again. And in fact, the other... okay, actually, here, I already have my ideas. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to go to the Foundry. So we'll add the Shaft. This is going to be my opportunity to get some kind of an accounting of what the... what I can actually build. So let's go with... so first of all, I want fuel. So it'd be the Iotic Essence. I guess I don't really have a memory to put in here, so it's not quite as powerful as it could be, but I'll learn to live without that. Do I have orichalcum wire still? I have copper wire. Okay. So I mean, I have the option here. This doesn't really excite me though, so let's move on. And this is gonna be something that I do with each forge. Each forge skill, just to see if there's any recipes that I've been sitting on. Now, there still may be some value in making orichalcum wire. I don't know what the top level recipe is for that. But I don't see that as immediately helping my... okay, so this gets me Iotic Essence, fair. Looks like this is all stuff that I've already learned, which is completely fine. Wait, what? Oh, yes. Okay, so nothing I didn't really already know about in that, which is again fine. It's not. I wasn't. The goal of that was not just to, you know, find some hidden recipe. It'd be kind of nice if I could find a better way of making like forge memories, but I can live without that. Like it's not going to be it's not a major hardship. But that does also give me some ideas in terms of the challenge that I have ahead of me in terms of getting certain memories. So, actually, it did just occur to me that I do already have the Bells of Ys. So that should be the first thing that I try to get. So, number one, we're going to use Faust to talk to Reverend Timothy. Wait a minute, again, why am I doing that? I'm doing that because I want to use the shaft. Well, do I want to use the shaft? Okay. Now I need to get a little clever in terms of how I'm using the day. So, let's go back and think about how I want to get the manner in which the alchemist was spared. And this time I'm actually going to sit down and work out the calculation because I've done this a couple of times and I keep forgetting. So, I'm also going to update my... Okay, so nectar is now minimum 7. Forge, I believe, is now minimum 7. Okay, so scale, forge, nectar, rose are all tied for lowest position. Okay, so the idea here is I've got, let's say, a 16 forge text for the highest one. Now, in the best conditions, I've got 1 forge from Shapt. These are like the fixed things that are not gonna... They're not gonna vary until I get more skills. So then we've got the 7 from Bells and Braziaries. And then I get 1 from, let's say, the square. Okay, so that on its own is 9. So if I want the 14, well then I just add the Newman. So in that case, the Shapt is a requirement, because if I don't have the Shapt, then I'm not able to read this text. So I suppose the hope here is the manner in which the alchemist was spared. I better hope that that either brings me Bells and Braziaries, or that there's another skill that will go higher than 7. Because otherwise, then the messenger awaiting your destination's kind of like the sky text that we just did. So what that tells me is that I shouldn't be using the Shapt for other things, which is fine. Alright, let's start with the Tryst. So we'll go to Ava's desk. We will read the one that gives me the Newman Bells of Ys. I believe that is the tablet. And for that we need Fusine. Okay. So again, I'm leaving the Shapt so that I can read that text. So we'll set that aside. What I'm looking to do, though, is get Reverend Timothy. So again, what I'd like would be something with Rose and Sky left available. So the good news is that there's actually... I sort of forgot there's 3 elements of the soul I can use to bring in Reverend Timothy, and I never use this one. So for Reverend Timothy, you need Lantern or Knock. So I was originally thinking, well, let's get the Shapt so that I have 2 Faust available to level up Sky Stories. Turns out that's not necessary. So I was like, okay, well, you know, I guess I'll have to give up one of the Faust. I can always renew it at the Sweet Bones. Well, again, not necessary, because I can simply use the Whist to bring him in. Speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. And it's not the most exciting choice for me right now. I probably should be doing a little more harvesting, but I am actually going to go and do manual labor at the Sweet Bones, and that's just because I can kind of get the cycle going in the background. I already know I have 1 memory for Sky Stories, so this is kind of... At this point, I'm just kind of playing around. I wish I had more to do with this. It would have been nice maybe to keep the Tryst in retrospect. Well, let's see if I can do something fancy. So we'll add the fog. Let's put that in the memory. Essential... Periost. I don't think I have a soul card that's going to work here, so... Wouldn't have got me to 10 anyway. I mean, I suppose if I had the Tryst, then I could have put a substance in here, which would have been... Yeah, Black Sapphire Wash actually would have really done the trick. Alright, well, you know what? let's not worry too much there. We are going to talk with Reverend Timothy, though. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. So again, the point isn't to stress out too much. I don't need to stress out too much about today. If I can, it would be really nice to knock down all the Sky stories. The one thing I do know that I'm going to get no matter what is the manner in which the alchemist was spared, which essentially means my last big job for the day will be to read The Messenger Awaiting Her Destination. And I'm not worried about the Orchid Transfiguration defeat. I'm basically going to do that whenever it's available. I don't know. I really don't know what skill is going to come out of that I absolutely have to have leveled up. I mean, maybe it'll be like Bells and Braziers or something like that, and I'll feel like a real clown, but it's just not as high of a priority as these other two. All right. Emeranis Betelai, a fragment of iron alloy meteorite carefully inscribed and polished. Who gave us fire? Who gave us steel? What is the sound of dusk? Of what alloy is wind forged? Esoteric scrawlings of metallurgy and resonance are revealed, including directions towards the creation of a terrible bell. The bells of Ys. Ys by her arts found the strike tone that shakes the hours. For this reason, among many, the hours discourage traffic with Ys, but a bell cast with this secret could speak the Ys note. So what we're going to do now... Oh, foresight. Interesting. You know, this is a little dumb. Just to satisfy my curiosity. I don't think... the Gervinite doesn't really do that much, so I probably should make the orichalcum wire just so I can... just so I can know. But anyways, this should... definitely give me a comprehensive picture of what I'm capable of doing with Forge. Mostly I just need to hear the ding sound. I'm not expecting any... I'm not really expecting anything new, but you never know. It's why I want to take the time and see. Nope. Yeah, nothing we didn't already know. That's fine. That's sometimes how it goes. So let's grab our whist back. So again, this is just purely me getting greedy. Let's go to Ambrose's desk and we will learn more about the mysteries of Forge. The manner in which the alchemist was spared. This is a VAC text. So we will add the Bells of Ys, we will add the Shapt, we will add Bells and Braziers, and finally we will add, if I can, the Square, but I'm not too married with what I add. Mason's Pride. Forge the kindled flame, I can master this mystery. Enough forge to match mystery forge. So again, I'm keeping the Faust at the moment here just because it's very easy for me to be able to level up Sky Stories right now. So if I get, you know, pretty much just a little bit of luck with Reverend Timothy, and I've got you know, my next level of this thing. Under other circumstances, you know, I might do something with the fog. It's just But actually, if yeah, you know what would have been smarter for me would be to do the same thing I did with Forge with Knock and this fog. So that was a bit of a dummy moment for me. I'll get over it. Okay, that doesn't really help me. And again, I don't want to suggest that I'm going to like completely fritter away the day. So if it turns out, well, actually in this case here, if there's nothing that Reverend Timothy can do, no, this is one different case. So better now. So if it turns out that Reverend Timothy just does not deliver any memory at all, I probably should use the FOSS to generate, let's say, a solace or something like that. I'll probably get it to make a music, actually. And then we use one to level up Sky Stories, because at this point, it just doesn't make sense to let the day go by without getting something leveled up. But like I said, I want to see what we can get just sort of for free from Reverend Timothy. We're at a point now where there is a very real possibility that we're going to be able to get the level up for free. If we don't get the level up for free, then I put the effort in. And if I do get it for free, and let's say I don't feel like I can use the element of the soul, well, in that case, I just generate something that will carry with me to the next day. So something like, a Newman or certain... I probably can't make an Ascendant Harmony at the end of the day, but I think you get the idea. Another revelation, huh? So the one time I don't want you to be insightful, Reverend Timothy, I need you... I needed those when we were trying to improve Disciplines of the Scar, which is now appropriately ahead of Disciplines of the Hammer. Looks like that was foresight. The manner in which the alchemist was spared. In 1782, Émile Verdier used this text as the basis for a presentation to the Academy of Sciences in Paris. He was executed in secret the following morning without trial. In the days of the Carapace Cross, when humanity lived in the dark and ate on its knees, humans could enter the mansis like vermin. One learnt the arts of flint, the arts of shaping and remaking. Through the black, the yellow, the red, the unwise mortal ascended to the shadow of the egg unhatching and remained in his service. He may be there to this day. Okay. So that gave us Anbrian Lapidary. That actually also takes Sky. And there's a Foresight. So that might mess around with my plans a little bit. But so first thing I want to do here is just take a look. So if Anbrian Lapidary goes up, so that would ultimately get us to 5. So two more points of that's not going to help us with Disciplines of the Hammer. So essentially, we're going to have to hope for a little bit of luck when it comes time. Excuse me, to read the next Forge book. I'll probably going to work kind of hard to get that Forge book. Well, we could also wait for spring, because this is the last of the big texts that I need to read. So maybe we'll just chill out and work on what we have already. I may also take a small break to refill my tea. But let's finish off the day. So we're going to stay the course with Reverend Timothy. I don't think there's much I can do about this foresight. The only thing I could imagine would be maybe... Sorry, just trying to work out the day's plan. Yeah, no, we'll keep with the Sky Stories. We'll just treat this the way that we have before. So I'll also prepare the way for the higher level. Okay, so move Rhyme and Remembrance. How you doing, Winter Monarch? 7th of their name. How are you tonight? Yeah, I don't know. Sticking with Reverend Timothy seems to be the right answer right now. I don't think I should expect too much in terms of what comes out of the FOST, but it feels a little early to give up. A little sick today. I think it may just be dust rather than. Well, sorry, when I say sick, I shouldn't say. I have a bit of a cough which has been coming through, but not a bad day. I just felt a bit bad that I got started so late, given that like I said, the silliest reason for this actually is I have been trying the Apple Fitness Plus app now kind of has like a workout plan or whatever, and I was kind of reflecting on the fact I really don't exercise as much as I wanted. Like I walk a lot, but I don't have a proper plan. I generally dislike picking up heavy things and putting them down again. It just strikes me as very futile. But it's sort of like, you know what, this is actually a pretty decent little habit forming practice. I should probably like do more. What I've tried to do is stick with the recommendations from the program, and it said a meditation. So I'm like, okay, well, fair enough. I don't really quite get meditation. I've tried, but like I'm not one of the mindfulness people. I haven't quite figured it out yet. But I noted that one was sleep, and I'm like, well, this feels a little funny to do, but it's like, you know what, maybe this is, I'm familiar with sleep. Let's see what we can do about this one. And I guess it worked because I wound up waking up about an hour and a half after when I was originally going to start. And yeah, I'm feeling like a bit of a clown in terms of the late start, but other than that, like the embarrassment aside, I'm happy to be streaming this game. That's probably a weird story to tell to somebody who's just came into the channel, but that was my excuse for my late start today. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So, the biggest problem right now is just figuring out what I want to do with this kind of dangling FOST. I think probably back into balance would be my best bet. Because it's kind of like killing a fly with an anvil. You don't exactly need a Newman to be able to level up a skill, but it's one of the most reliable... it's one of the most reliable memories I can be bringing right now. Because I don't see a situation in which I'm going to get... Like, I'm not going to get enough memories from Reverend Timothy to be able to take that up to level 3. And likewise with Anbury and Lapidary. I've got the Foresight, but I don't have the Sky or the Forge to match it, even if Reverend Timothy comes along in the last minute. So let's preserve the Foresight, because I think we can take Forge stuff with us to bed. And I'll take the Newman so I can level up the skill. And you know what? It's been a while since I've used Collar's Desk, the underappreciated hero of Book of Hours. What is my favorite resident of Brandkrug Village? So there isn't a very good, there honestly isn't a very good, like, mechanical reason for this, but I actually really like Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. So There's a few reasons for this. Number one, I'm a big Lantern fan, and then sort of the other aspects that I think are kind of neat. I would have said probably Nock was my second favorite when forced, but I'm actually gaining a greater appreciation of Edge as well. But yeah, I guess my little holy trinity of principles that would not include whatever these new pseudo principles or whatever we wind up calling them for Book of Hours would be. Of the ones in Cultist Simulator, my holy trinity would be Lantern, Nock, and Edge. And the other thing that I quite like about Reverend Timothy is every description of conversation with him and his tendency to talk a lot, and particularly lines like, I don't always listen to what Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. And the fact that he takes 45 seconds to talk to rather than 30 seconds are things that, like, I feel slightly attacked, the fact that they're in the game. But they ring very true to me, and I am utterly charmed by them. So those are my main reasons for liking Reverend Timothy. But this is certainly not to suggest that there are... all of the characters sort of have little features that I like a lot. So for instance, just the exact opposite, like when you talk with Denzil and it says he does a lot with silence, this man. That sort of stuff I am equally charmed by, just in different ways. But yeah, I would say if I were forced to choose one, it would have to be the good old Rector, Reverend Timothy. What about yourself? Do you have a favorite character, or perhaps do you have a favorite like legacy, one of the journals, or a favorite principle, whether they are new or old? I'll call them principles for the sake of the conversation, but obviously I think a nice big mystery present in Book of Hours is whether or not whether Sky, Nectar, Scale, and Moon count as new principles or not. Okay, sorry, I've been filibustering too. But yes, I wanted to use Caller's unspoken hero of Book of Hours. I wanted to use his desk to read The Sky in the Scar again. This is also one of my favorite songs in the soundtrack. Better now. Okay, so we're just going to use this to earn a little bit of money. I obviously have far more than I need. But like I said, when the Sweet Bones is idle, it's just as easy for me to jump in. The kills are good. You love the idea that one begins a life and the other at the end. Yeah. No, it's especially when I saw, like, I remember when I first saw Brandkrug and just saw, like, the dividing line between the two halves of the house. That was very attention-getting. And there's, like, so many little features, too, right? Like, you see the saws and the hammers on one side, and then the laundry on the other. Like, there's just so many little details about the house that really, just there's a lot of character to it. But as you say, like, the contrast between the two ends is a really neat touch. Also, mechanically, it is so helpful to have two free people to talk to in the game. So, and your favorite principles are probably Nock and Secret Histories. Oh, but my network analysis said Secret Histories are just a subset of Lantern, which I'm obviously happy with. I actually felt very vindicated when Secret Histories just suddenly vanished from Book of Hours, because I know people were a little cranky that I said that when I did the network analysis that Secret Histories didn't emerge as its own principle. But no, the Secret Histories is actually a neat one, especially the Society of Saint Hydra as a cult. I know people don't care that much for it because you don't get, like, the highest level followers, but it's actually just a really, really interesting one to play. It's I think just because it is so unique compared to the other ones that I feel it's a little easy to overlook in terms of how much freshness it can bring to a playthrough sometimes. So, but Nock is a great one. Oh, that's interesting. I'll confess, I've actually never run into anybody who is a Society of Saint Hydra fan. Just because, again, they usually say that I I want the high level followers. And I mean, look, I cannot blame someone, right? Having a 10 aspect of followers is very helpful in some cases. But I just feel that it's an undervalued cult, particularly because of the ability to sort of fill in gaps. Yeah, exactly. Well, and the other thing too is there's very few cases where you absolutely must have a level 10 follower. Most of the situations where you're bringing in your cultists, it's easy enough to bring in 2 5s. And then if you really need to bring in the 10, that's what summons are for. So, but yeah, you like Moon. My big one is Sky, and I think it's usually primarily because of how it's introduced music to, more so introduced music to the Secret History setting. Okay, so yeah, nothing really to write home about. This isn't going to help me with either of these two, so we'll probably wind up taking the Foresight with us. So this is actually a fun one. I've not yet done the Forge Apostle run, and this is just because. So the funny thing about my so I read the text for that recently, so I'm gonna skip over it and collect the money and run. So my first run as an Apostle run was actually the Apostle Obstinate, the Grail one. And it was because I was doing the Steam stream. So I had a special file that actually gave all 3 legacies at the very start. And like all 3 Apostle legacies at the very start. Because you're not going to promote this new feature and then like not play it. I'm pretty sure people would not tolerate me, doing 20 hours on a... Sorry, gone on autopilot there. I'm pretty sure people wouldn't tolerate a 20-hour stream so I could finally get to the new stuff. But the funny thing is that I'd never done an Ascension under Grail, so under my Steam achievements, I actually have the Apostle Obstinate achievement before I have the Grail Ascension achievement, which of course makes it look like I cheated. Not that like people are sitting down and rewarding people for like playing Cultist Simulator, right, or anything like that. But I haven't even done the Lantern one yet, even though Lantern is my favorite, so... Oh! That's actually really funny. I'm gonna have to check that out now. Okay, regardless of what the weather is, I think we're going to try and finish off the Sky stories here, and then we'll try and get we'll try and get a start on Anbrian Lapidary. So probably what we want to do here is preserve as much Faust and Whist as possible. So we'll speak with Reverend Timothy using... Sorry, not Faust and Shapt. So Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. And it may be something of a dull day. Actually, there is one thing I'm going to do when we get special weather. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So one thing I'm going to try and do, just so I can get a proper log, like I've got my spreadsheet, but whenever the opportunity comes up, curses. I wish I didn't use my Whist now. That's fine. We'll still use the Faust. We do have a Solomon's Preparation kicking around here, and Wolf Snow? If I have to. I was kind of hoping I'd have something a little... Oh, actually, yeah, that's a little bit better. This is just a quick little chance for me to... So this is interesting, right? Quenchings and Quellings, the Keeper level doesn't use either of these. So the main thing that I'm doing out of these little audits is... Okay, Nillikant. main purpose of these are just to eliminate any, okay, year tally. Any little stragglers. Oh, actually, I have an idea about that year tally. Oh wait, the year tally is the top level one. Never mind. So Millicant wasn't a surprise there. We've made that before, but we made it before the new crafting system came in. Okay. I'll confess I haven't had much use for year tallies so far, which makes me think I'm missing something. Draw very carefully on an ancient privilege of the house to manifest winter. Lots of year tallies. So this is good at least for record keeping. Okay, but the most useful thing about this is the fact that this just gives me another sky to kick around with. So, as dull as it sounds, I think I'm going to sit and wait on the elements of the soul. I think I'm going to talk with Reverend Timothy for sort of the first half of the day. I want to see what we get to level this up before we commit to anything. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Oh, but there is there is one thing I want to do, which is make a bit of money. This just helps me have some reserves for when I really need to, where I really need to bring someone back. So I should maybe make a note for myself in terms of, so like basically I haven't really found a great use for the marks yet, and yet I do feel that probably this is going to be relevant for the altars. So I have a few year tallies kind of kicking around, and obviously like 6 winter is no small thing. So where I can, it would be nice to sort of take a minute to like look at them, figure out what's going on, and maybe, you know, maybe find a better plan in terms of how I'm going to use them. So this is good. We've already got our sky stories complete. I actually couldn't have asked for a better outcome here. So one thing I think I'm going to do in this case is get the Bells of Ys again, and that's because that'll either be useful for leveling up Anburian Lapidary, or I'll wind up using it with the messenger awaiting her destination. And I'm not really going to have much of a use for Trist otherwise, although I don't think it would hurt to stop by Crowcross Sands at some point. So we'll go to Ava's desk for that. We will take the Emeranus Spitalis. Forge the work accomplished. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So one reason I'm a little reluctant to just try and go for the forge text right away is that I'm still kind of leaving it to chance. So we don't quite have enough to be able to get 16 forge on its own. So we're sort of relying on something kind of turning our way. You know what? I probably should be using my health instead. I should make a decision in terms of how I'm using my health today. Pretty soon. I'll use the tuppence. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I'm sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Okay, there is our level 4 sky stories. So this helps us, like, in a minor way as far as Rose is concerned. It doesn't hurt to to have some variety here, but Preliminal Meter is still my primary Rose source. The next goal is going to be to try and level up Anburian Lapidary, so we've got 2 cracks at that. We need a minimum of 3 memories. The good news is that Sky is one Sky is one of the aspects that we need, so those get generated in a fairly regular basis from Reverend Timothy. And a lot of weather winds up providing Sky, so we do get it's a leg up for this. Now, again, if I wanted to, boost something like Disciplines of the Hammer, I could use it for that. But in general, for this playthrough, I've just been following the skills as they come out of the books, and it's worked well enough for me. I don't need to I haven't been too fussed with where that all goes. I'm going to do a small audit of my blue crown because I probably want to figure out where I'm going with that. So none in Christopher's Nook. One in the alchemy lab. Okay, so it kind of pains me to do this, but I am gonna pick some blue crown while I can. I probably don't need to make a Solomon's preparation, but I'm gonna feel really crummy if I have the opportunity to harvest it in winter, and then I find I need it in summer. So yeah, if I have to, I'll use this to level up Anburian Lapidary, but the hope would be that we can use Reverend Timothy to give us a couple more free levels. Better now. Okay. I should still be able to alternate it back. Again, a lot of this kind of depends on how the day turns out. Okay, hindsight doesn't do much for me. Like I said, it's more of a calm day today. I'm happy that we got the Sky stories. I think probably for winter, my only real target's going to be to read the remaining volume of the Orchid Transfigurations. The thing to remember about this is that even if it's a low-level book, where my skills are right now, it's possible that they wind up giving me something that's quite difficult to achieve. So I think Sea Stories has Grail aspect. So to try and get that from 8 to 9, even though it's coming from a small book, that's still actually quite a challenging accomplishment, given that I haven't allowed myself to have more elements of the soul. So there's ways around that, obviously, and we've, one of the reasons why I've been generating a bit of money off on the side is precisely because there we go. So that's what we needed for at least one level of Anburian Lapidary. We'll see if we can get a little bit more. But I will use this to renew the shaft. But yeah, the main thing that I'm kind of looking at right now is most of the stuff that I'm trying to do doesn't have a huge time limit on it. And there are a few little side jobs that I want to do, but we've got 2 books that we can read, and it's very unlikely we're going to get the languages that we need to read any of the other ones anytime soon. So with that in mind, I kind of want to prepare for a future in which I have a bit more downtime. And one of the ways that I'm going to handle that downtime is, excuse me, I'm going to try and investigate a few more items in the house. So this is why I feel I can be a little bit more relaxed with things like the Messenger Awaiting Your Destination or the Orchid Transfigurations, just because I've already got some lessons to work with. There's nothing in the day that has to be handled. In fact, the reason why I'm restoring this Faust here, Shapt, is my plan is to use that to upgrade Anburian Lapidary, and the question is, do I use these existing lessons right now, or do I try and get something extra? Okay. So I do need to make a decision pretty soon. All right. So I'm going to want to use the Faust to generate some kind of a memory. I guess the question is, which of these memories do I want? We can afford to wait 27 seconds. Actually, and better still, so what I can do is I'll use the Foss to bring back Bells of Ys, because I know I can carry that with me overnight. Actually, this is a little harder than I thought it would be. Okay, so if Reverend Timothy gives me another memory that has Sky, I actually can keep Bells of Ys and bring Foresight over. Okay, I may wind up losing an element of the soul overnight, but I'll take the risk. Okay, Revelation doesn't get me anything, so we'll talk with Timothy. We're going to get Bells of Ys back from the book. I think I can just add that to the skill slot, and nope. Now I can add it. Then we use the Shapt to level up Amburian Lapidary. So I don't think... Likely this means I don't have a memory I can take with me overnight. Not the end of the world. Because in the end, I only need to do this one more time today. And like I said, the main goal for the next book is going to be to read the Orchid Transfigurations, which I think I can do tomorrow. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So we'll see what Reverend Timothy gives me. If not, I'll just take the gossip with me, because in the end, you know, you can take, if you take a memory with you overnight, it's free. Okay. The only thing that I haven't been able to do for the last little while is I haven't been able to, like, so I do want to make that last Incastum Terminale. So that did actually help with the leveling. Pretty happy about that, actually. So we only need 3 more? No, 2 more, because we've got Bells of Ys. Yeah, so I only need 2 more memories. So we'll do the same thing that we did with Reverend Timothy last time. We'll bring him in with the Whist. Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter if it's Faust or Whist, because we're only going to do 1 level up. I'll probably use the Tryst to read the Orchid Transfigurations. Yeah, I think I have a bit of a game plan for how tomorrow's going to work. So in this case, I can afford to use the Faust because we don't need to worry about any Sky or Lantern or anything like that. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. I am going to make some decisions based on what the weather is. One other thing I could do would be help with letters. So this does technically knock down my Lantern for a little while, but... And hail. So I'm going to do the same trick that I've done a couple of times now. So, excuse me. I think we can do better. Maybe I need to use the Nocturnary. Promising. So we go add the hail. What kind of edge modes do I have? Good question. You know, I don't have as much edge stuff as I thought I did. So it may just be that I had like the Lignum Vitae Blanc and the dog at this point. Because unless it takes the serpent's milk, which I don't see why it would. I'm thinking I'm actually quite short on edgy things to add to the... Oh, actually Scaptodon? No. Scaptodon's okay, just it's not... it's no Lignum Vitae Blanc. Alright. So, the dog... Alright, well I mean that's another 2. So again, I'm not actually going to do these, it's just a chance for me to take a peek at some recipes that I may or may not already know. Looks like most of this stuff I've already got. The idea of the dog hill. Well, the one thing I'm a little worried about here would be because it is the nuts. Because it's the condignator, I am terrified by the possibility that the dog is in fact being interrogated in the condignator. Actually, you know what? No. We'll do this the old way. Don't worry, I'm not going to turn it on. Right now, it's just helping me put it on for size. But yeah, like obviously I don't have anything really appropriate for this here. I'm mostly just double checking. Like as you can see, most of this stuff. Oh, I guess we don't know the level. We don't know the keeper level disciplines of the hammer, but like disciplines of the scar, we know how to get the serpent milk. I do wonder if that's because of the connection between the kernel and the mother of ants that the serpent milk is the item that comes up there. The other thing I could try at some point would be... Maybe I'll give this a shot and see if I can make the serpent milk with a couple of things, but... Oops. In fact, that's probably smarter for me to do now, so let's go back to the Hall of Voices instead. So again, still don't have much in terms of elements of the soul to help us, but we can still add the hail. Now... Oh, but then I wouldn't be able to add the libidic tincture. No, not libidic tincture. The perniculate is what I'm looking for. So this is a liquid and an ink, but it doesn't actually take liquids and inks here. Let's think about my other options. Yeah, so this started off... I actually have no good reason for this now. So once upon a time, the reasoning was I had been playing in the beta basically since the beta was made available, which means that, you know, I'd enjoyed this nice little opening on St. Brendan's Cove many times. Not as many as Weather Factory, but there's a number of people who are very familiar with the opening storm and St. Brendan's Cove and so on and so forth. And for those playthroughs, I definitely committed a lot to the Tree of Wisdoms. And so one of the things that I thought would be kind of neat to try was I sort of said, well, let's see how far I can get into the house. Like, because I'd already, you know, gotten fairly far into the house over the course of the beta. They sort of unlocked it piece by piece. I don't think I ever really made it down into the dawn. Well, that's not true, actually. I made a little bit of progress to the dawn period, but most of this stuff was sort of new for me. But I sort of said, well, wouldn't it be interesting to see how far I can get into the house without really committing any skills? And then there's also sort of the nice little bonus where it's like, well, on top of that, that means that when it comes time to add skills to the Tree of Wisdoms, I'm also going to be able to be more selective. So, you know, if I have like a level 9, I'm not going to have to commit that to a lower level in order to unlock the other branches. So that was all well and good. But essentially what kind of happened was I kept making progress through the house without really needing to commit anything. And it really did wind up to the point where we finally got the Shrine of Saint... sorry, I can never pronounce the name. Tentretto. Um, I know everybody loves that sound. So we finally got to that shrine without really committing anything. So I did do one commitment. This was, I mean, so this wound up being very helpful because of the extra whist. My kind of plan on this was to demonstrate that I did in fact know how to commit skills to the Tree of Wisdoms, because there was definitely a lot of people coming in saying, it's like, if you hit the button up at top, you can commit skill. And I'm like, surely the fact that I have the Tryst is an indicator that I know how to commit the journal. But anyways, like, it didn't stop people from coming in and telling me how to play the game, but it is what it is, right? You do with it the best as you can. So, like, this isn't really an answer to your question, right? Like, there is no good reason for why I've not committed the elements of the soul. Because, like, once upon a time, I could sort of say, well, you know, it was because I wanted to see how far I've gotten through the house, and now I have, so, you know, why not commit now? And honestly, kind of what I'm doing at this point is I want to see if I can come up with a better game plan. I've got in a YouTube series I'm running, I've gotten Ramsund, I think I got Crack Track, and or Kernvek Hennevek in a previous one, so I think I kind of remember what branches they go on. But the nice thing here would be if I can commit these at lower branches and sort of work out my game plan before I move in. That's kind of the main reason I haven't done it. So the one thing I will say that I do like about it is that it's not a big... I know. I know you can see... This is the thing that's frustrating, right? Like, it's not hard to see the contrast between the two. It's actually one of the reasons why I've held off doing this, because I do actually care quite a bit about looking at these two things. But I don't feel like I need to commit to be able to learn that, right? So, like, it'll happen, but, like, it'll happen on my own time. So at the moment, though, I've been enjoying the process of having such a small number of elements of the soul, simply because, you know, what it's forced me to do is consider problems in a, you know, it's allowed me to consider problems in a way other than what I normally would. So, like, when I first played Book of Hours, you know, the big thing for me was accumulate as many elements of the soul as I can and get as far as I can inside of the rooms. And because I sort of had this pattern developed, eventually I hit places where, you know, I can't upgrade people without, you know, without ingredients or something like that. So for a very, very long time, I neglected crafting. And of course, crafting is really important. I think Solomon's Preparation, or Preparation H, that has been sort of my go-to, particularly, you know, for this run, when I don't really have that many other options in terms of getting, you know, getting these kinds of improvements. So one of the things that's nice is that by denying myself the elements of the soul, which were originally my go-to, what they forced me to do was sort of come to terms with some of the other challenges that the game had to offer, and I was able to sort of learn those. So one of my big things is that because I have very few elements of the soul, I've unlocked this really big house full of interesting things, but, you know, I'd like to be able to consider the Fractured Mirror. In the past, I've looked at the Tattered Outlaw, so I sort of know the description of the donkey in that. But it's really obvious that every single item in the house has a supplementary description. And for me, that's probably the big reason why I would get a lot of elements of the soul. But even then, that sort of has a specific design in mind. So if I can get all of my languages and put those in, I'd like to be able to take those to sort of establish a baseline. That lets me get my skills as high of a level as they can be. And then what's happening at that point is that I've got this, you know, just this enormous fleet of elements of the soul. I can sort of figure out how many of those I really need to sort of keep consideration always ticking down, so I can see as many items inside of the house as possible. And at that point, I'm also going to be able to sort of prioritize which of the elements of the soul I level up to get some of the difficult books. Because obviously one of the catches to how I've been approaching the game, it's definitely not been easy. Forge is one of my lowest level skills. Bells and Braziers is the highest I've gotten with it. and I only have Shapt. I don't even have a metal to kick around with. So ultimately, when I get particularly Deep Mandaic and all of these different sorry, I probably shouldn't unpause quite yet. But basically, once I have all of that, there's going to be a big burst of demand at one point, and then it's going to sort of contract again. And at that point, I can sort of prioritize what elements of the soul I level up. So there's definitely a plan to commit stuff. It's just as with just about anything I do in this, like, it's kind of on my own time. The only thing that's a little weird on this one is that normally I play games like this when I've been playing for a while. So, like, for instance, in anticipation of Book of Hours, one of the YouTube series I did was a librarian run. And so that was basically to complete a run of Cultist Simulator, but by the end of that run to have one copy of every book on the table. Now, some people say that is playing the game without reading books, but the catch is that you can actually read books in Cultist Simulator and still finish with every book in the game on the table. And that's one of the reasons why it's kind of fun to do challenges like that, because you learn a little bit more about the game by taking an unconventional approach. Normally constraints are what'll promote those unconventional approaches. So in this case here, this is sort of my first full run of the game, where I've done not exactly a full challenge run. I think somebody on Reddit has already done a non-committal run, although I think they did commit the journal to the Tree of Wisdoms for the Tryst. But yeah, like, in this case here, it's kind of technically my first run of the full game, where I'm imposing this restriction. But again, that's just because the preceding months were full of just a conventional playthrough of the game, so it's a chance for me to sort of jump around. Yeah, well, the big problem for me was I remember I joked about this with people when Cultist Simulator first came out, and the funny thing about it was I remember at the time it was possible to get duplicates of books, and the game has changed substantially since it first came out, and it turns out that they added a specific check to prevent you from getting duplicates of books. So it actually keeps track of stuff that you've gotten before, so it doesn't give you a new one. Now again, there's ways to work around it. So there are actually ways to wait a minute. I needed 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're good. There's actually ways to get around that. But again, if you're like me and you don't like read the patch notes every single day, or like every single time they do a release, like that required a bit of thought on my part. I had one plan in mind, which was based from the release version of the game, as opposed to the reality of the game that I had in front of me. But again, it was fun. So yeah, the Geminiad. In fact, the Geminiad was a really early book. I remember playing that in the alpha before production proper began. Not the JavaScript one, but the one just prior to that, like when they'd implemented the desktop. And that was before, like, essentially it had a note saying, Fusine isn't in the game yet. But what I thought was really interesting about it, I never knew if that was intended. So I kind of have a belief that once upon a time there was a version of the game where the books might have actually been like a tool you could use, and that in the end, the Geminiad is sort of a relic from that past. I could be wrong. It could be that they were always intended to go away, but I can almost see like the book thing being something that happened because, Weather Factory sort of realized how cluttered the desk was getting. But again, I don't know. Maybe that's something I should ask in the interview, but one of the things I really appreciate about Book of Hours is it's not just that they let you reread the books, but one of the things that I like about it is the fact that it's not just that you get to reread the books, but because the memories are helpful for like leveling up skills. And in the end, like this is very much in line with how I improve my skills with things, right? Like, you know, if I want to brush up on some math, so I've been trying to learn a little bit about procedurally generated levels, but I also have the temperament to sort of want to build things up from the bottom as much as I can, because in the end it's just a fun chance to learn some extra things. So for instance, it's perfectly reasonable if you want to do randomly generated terrain to sort of take noise generators for granted, right? So like simplex noise or like Brownian noise or whatever. There's many implementations of this, and very good ones by people who like know what they're doing. So they're computationally quite inexpensive, so you can do like these huge, you know, multi-dimensional arrays of random numbers and make some really impressive stuff. But, you know, to me, one of the appeals about learning something like this, because I like, you know, I don't have shareholders. The only person I'm going to disappoint if I don't make something is me. It's neat to be able to learn how that stuff happens. So, you know, I just kind of ran into NumPy, but that involves learning. So if I really want to learn how it works, that also means learning about Fourier series and Fourier transforms and such. And I don't need to learn like how to do a fast Fourier transform. That's like a specific algorithm. I think Gauss might have actually made one, but you know, that's a little bit more about how the computation gets done in an efficient way, as opposed to understanding the principles underlying it. So to a certain extent, you know, I've been able to implement a noise generator in any number of dimensions using the fast Fourier transforms. And I sort of know enough to be able about, you know, how to manipulate those signals to be able to create certain consistent types of noise. And again, it was an important thing for me that it be in any number of dimensions, because there was already lots of examples where people had already done it for 2, which is really helpful for terrain generation, but maybe not helpful for what I wanted to do. And so being able to generalize that to a greater number of dimensions meant that I understood the problem well enough to build it up. But with that in mind, because I want to learn a little bit more about those basic skills, well, what am I doing? I've got a couple of books which are specifically about filling in the gaps of the sort of stuff that you may not have learned when you were going up in university because you were in a different faculty or whatever. And that's kind of one of those ways I go in. So in the end, you know, to be able to do this random level generation, what have I done? Well, I've taken 3 or 4 different books to be able to boost up my, I don't know, what would be the one for random level generation? It's got to have sky in it. I feel there's enough mathematics to, we'll say Watchman's Paradoxes. There you go. Lantern and sky. But yeah, anyways, like again, this is, if your focus was on procedural generation, it's the worst thing in the world that I could be doing. But Ragged Crossroads, the I could actually see how that works for terrain generation, but yeah. So like if your focus is on procedural generation, this is the worst way to do it, because it involves so much stuff that is not generating levels, which is what your main focus is. In the end, all you need is the random numbers with desirable properties. But for the purposes of learning lots of other little things, it could actually be neat to have those kinds of problems and to be able to build up, just because it allows you to... did I say I was going to... No, I think we already did the stuff with the hail. Yeah, it just allows you to sort of think about the problem in a different way. So, okay. So I'm still going to talk with Reverend Timothy. World's kind of our oyster today, so let's grab the Orchid Transfigurations. And I'm trying to think... I don't even really have a good... I have a good system for deciding how to handle it, so we'll just try to use Mahaira. We'll read it. We'll see what comes out. If I need to refresh an element of the soul, so be it. I can master this mystery, enough Grail to match Mystery Grail. We'll read the text when we complete it. And yeah, we've been kind of doing our push and pull with the Faust. All right, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. And I did threaten to get some tea. I might actually do that, if nothing else, just so I can clear out the tickle in my throat as well. So if you will bear with me a little while. I'll try and give you a nice image of Hush House in all its glory. I'm going to take a very small break. It'll probably be, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes. I basically just need the kettle to boil. I am going to run the ads while I do that, just because on the odd chance somebody comes in. Again, I know it's an odd hour for me, but I'm going to run the ads just so that can disable the pre-rolls. So anybody who's watching, if you have been watching since the start or otherwise just don't want to be sold things, I encourage you to get up, have a stretch. Otherwise, take care of yourself. They'll pay me whether you watch them or not. Anyways, I will see you in a couple minutes. Alright, sorry about the wait there. Kettle took a little longer than expected, but I will let the tea steep while we enjoy the game. So, we're reading the Orchid Transfigurations. I'll probably need to renew something to, to take advantage of the lesson. But honestly, at this point, it's anything could come out of that. Bunch of handkerchiefs tied together. So I'll see what comes up. I also feel that this is kind of empty enough now that maybe we can rearrange the library. So these are the Kernwek-Kennebec texts. These are the Ramson texts. And I figure we can take the Tower Rises and A Tower Falls. So these are two sort of targets of opportunity as far as VAC texts are concerned, but I don't think we have a Newman that provides us a lot of rows. And we certainly don't have one that gives us a lot... No, sorry, we do have one that gives us a lot of knocks, so that's the more likely of the two. But that's... I have a lot of work ahead of me with the phonograph, especially with the changes, so I'm just going to need to have a think about that one before I go too far. In fact, let's just add those to the inventory. One thing I might do... actually, yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to change this around a little bit. So this level can be dedicated towards texts that are in a language I don't understand. Do we have enough room for the scroll? Excellent. Okay. So we can actually use these for proper storage, which... Day. Moving day. Let's go... I don't know if I'm going to be able to put all of them somewhere, but... It's a little weird to keep them in a bedroom, but... Feels weirder to keep them in the alchemy room. So we can finally put the flowers somewhere a little more appropriate. Don't like Sharon. Still not sure about that Stargall link beside the Armagnac, but... Alright. That gives me something to work with. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So I'm hoping I don't forget about these, but let's put these in the governor's quarters for now. We'll try and move them up as they get read. This is the one that I need to read. Yeah, I mean that'll work for storage. Now we still have the this shelf, but as you can see, there's probably enough room for one. Oh, there's not even enough room for one more, so that was actually right on time. Yeah, so at some point I'm going to need to figure out where... Oh, you know what? How much you want to bet I haven't been... Oh, there we go. Better now. How much time do we have with... Yeah, we've got another minute. All right, the Orchid Transfigurations, a feast, a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. The illustrations are certainly striking. They flush the skin and glow beneath the eyelids after the book is closed. Sorry, what type of tea? Yorkshire Gold. So I went to the UK about a year ago, and I finally got to try it. And at around the same time, I'm sure this is it was always available and I just didn't notice it. But at the grocery store I go to, I did notice there was a sale on tea, and they had both the Yorkshire and Yorkshire Gold. So I think it was something like, spend $30 and they've got like a points program. It's like the place I always do my grocery shopping. So it's one of these things where effectively points at that grocery store effectively translate to like a % discount. So I just loaded up and I've got, probably 3 or 4 boxes of Yorkshire that are still like in the wrapping. So yeah, just whatever that counts as. Some blend of black teas that's quite tasty. I can't tell you the major difference between black and gold. I just know that price-wise they were virtually identical on the day. We must devour to be devoured. We cannot be undevoured as we cannot be unborn. So that gives me an intuition. And desires and dissolutions. That's actually a good one because that's a fairly low-level one that we have. So give me a second to add it to the list. Now I forgot to write down the manner in which the alchemist was spared. I think it was foresight, but I might actually try reading that again at some point. But for this, we are Orchid Transfigurations, a feast, which I might have already written down. Yes. Yeah, so that's one that I had either from the beta days or something else. We've now completed the collect. You're kidding me. I can't put the Orchid Transfigurations on the same shelf? Shameful. Okay, well, let's find... this is going to be a hard one. Can't move on Matthias and Amethyst Imago. I'll take it. There's a couple of other, so like Traveling at Night should also be combined with like Just Verse and Perugian Diaries. We might actually be able to make that work. Well, no, but then I'd need to find the third for the roses. So we'll put those aside for now. But yeah, I kind of need to work out a few more details in terms of how I work out the placement of all of the different books. Pleasure chatting with you too, Winter Monarch. If I get a chance to see you again, look forward to seeing you again. If not, I hope this was an appropriate distraction for whatever you were looking to be distracted from today. But have a good evening, and I'll possibly see you around. Okay, where was I? So the question here really is what I want to try and do with Desires and Dissolutions today. We're halfway through the day, but we only need 3 memories. We've got the intuition, and the gossip gives us the Grail. So there's a good argument for bringing back the Tryst, and then using the Whist to give us a Moon or Grail memory. And you know what? I don't need to make a big deal about this right now, because I'm still talking with Reverend Timothy. He may give us like a satisfaction or something like that. So the next question is, what do I want to do with my health? Seems to me like Blue Crown is the most obvious answer right now. The one thing I can say is that it's not going to be relevant to Desires and Dissolutions, so we can set that aside. And then... Right, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So I think the way I'm going to handle this is we'll bring back the Tryst, because that's the only thing I can use to level up Desires and Dissolutions. I'm going to hope that Reverend Timothy gives us something with Moon or Grail. And if he doesn't, I still have the Whist set aside. If the Whist doesn't turn out... Okay, there's the hindsight. Sorry, if Reverend Timothy doesn't give us what we need, I can still use the Whist to generate the Grail or the Moon. And then if it does turn out, I can use that to get a Newman. And then essentially what's going to happen tomorrow, I'm not going to worry about reading The Messenger Awaiting Her Destination. I think we'll wait for spring for that. But what I can do is I can actually start accumulating all of those persistent memories that I had, and that's going to be... Once I collect the persistent memories, that's going to be the point where I start investigating rooms of the house properly. Because again, I've got really 3 more objects that I can read, and that's really going to be the only books that I can read for a while, unless something truly miraculous happens with languages. Actually, there is one more book that I can get. But we'll wait on that. Another thing that I might do, if I find myself in a lot of situations like this where I'm sort of sitting around waiting for things to sort of, I don't know, if I'm like waiting for things to happen, that might be an opportunity for me to I'm thinking like maybe what I can do is I could maybe do some reshelving or like try and work out a better filing system. I don't know though, because then I'd actually need to like pause and think about it. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. But so the drawback here is I've got 2 Newman that I can work with right now. So the 2 that I want to keep in my inventory for the book that I'm reading would be the Merciless Alteration or the Bells of Ys. Now the Merciless Alteration is 5 edge, 5 forge, 5 gray. Oh, well, that answers that. Bells of Ys is 5 edge, 5 forge, 5 rose. So if I bring in the Merciless Alteration, that gives me the Grail, and if Reverend Timothy doesn't give me what I need, then I just use the Newman. So I basically get that for free. So the Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons is the relevant text for that. Where was I? It's a Hyksos text. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, there's the Tryst, which I'll use to level up Desires and Dissolutions. A lot of this is resting on what Reverend Timothy can do. We're not going to worry about doing anything else at the Sweet Bones. I don't think we really have the time anymore. And again, we're not that hard up as far as the money is concerned. This was just a nice way of me, making a little something of the elements of the soul. Okay. Few flowers flourish in the depths of winter. Blue Crown is one of those few. Let's see if I can make a little more space. No. But we can fit a 3rd on there. I think it looks slightly nicer if... Yeah, a little disappointing in terms of what we're getting from Reverend Timothy, but we don't It's not a deal breaker if we don't get everything we need from Reverend Timothy. Really what he's intended to do is sort of save elements of the soul that would be guaranteed to be fatigued by... I maybe should have read the children's book again, but I'm gonna throw it in. I don't see a whole lot of value on waiting for Reverend Timothy here, so we'll just we'll eat the Newman. Again, Desires and Dissolutions is not a drop everything, I have to have this leveled up, but it does clear out my... it does kind of clear out my to-do list if I take care of it. So another another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. And I don't believe the hindsight or the revelation will work in the motley bed. Nope. So one thing I might do tomorrow, depending on what sort of my free time is, I may use my health to decamp and finally move to the librarian's room like I've been wanting to for a while. No real beds I want to stay in Nocturnal. I was thinking maybe Collars would have some quarters that I could take over, but okay. Oh darn it, Timothy! Why are you like this? Well, actually, the intuition would have been overwritten, so that's not so bad. But I think we're going to be into spring tomorrow, so it may be that there's more things I want to do with my Elements of the Soul anyway, particularly with regards to that Forge text. We'll see. Like, I don't have... like I said, I don't have a huge to-do list at this point. That is spring. All right, current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? The yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. So the extra Spintria is welcome, as is the £1 note. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Okay, so dawn has come. So here's what I'm thinking we're going to do. Let's start by bringing in Reverend Timothy, so we're going to use our whist for that. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Next up, I'm going to bring in the Bells of Ys, because I know I'm not going to need the Tryst for anything else. We already cleared out the... list of memories. So, add Fusine. Now I'm hoping that Reverend Timothy is going to wind up giving me something that I need. But again, I'm not married to where this stuff comes from. It's like, you know, if I have to use an element. Actually, you know what? The more I think about it, the more I really don't need to... yeah, okay, here's what we're going to do. I do want to move beds, so Decamp Hush House is a mansion of many rooms. I will move to a different one. So that's 30 seconds. Against my better judgment, I think I am going to go for that Foresight. So the funny thing is that there's really nothing that Reverend Timothy is giving me now if I'm going for that Foresight. But I'd feel more comfortable with it. So I would have tried the Iron Book, but I think that, yeah, that takes a language, so... Let's try the manner in which the alchemist was spared, because that was one I was a little unsure about. So... I'm fairly sure it's got Foresight, but today is a day where I can sort of afford a couple of mess-ups on that. So we will read the VAC text at the pale desk. You know what? Ambrose's desk feels a little more appropriate. And I'm expecting us to have a visitor, so I'll probably wind up talking with them and seeing what's up, but I'll save that for another time. Oops. Didn't mean to go so fast. All right, Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So we'll have a chat with him. I do want to use the Faust for... Well, okay, here's what I am going to do. I'm going to restore the Wisp no matter what, and that's just because that can earn me a little bit of money again. And then I'm going to use the Faust to get to the librarian's quarters. Although I'm willing to guess I'm going to forget and wind up going to my my bed. Gather my belongings, refresh the sheets for any guests I might have, ready to move on. Alright, guest bed, the librarian... Well, let's read the description for the librarian's quarters. When the Curie of the Isle acquired the deed to the abandoned De Wolf estate, Ambrose Westcott became first librarian, and he had this cozy nook constructed above the north wing to fit his preferences. His successor, Kitty, preferred the room next door. She lamented that the reek of Westcott's pipe remained long after his death, and her successor, Solomon Husher, preferred the long tower for his own chilly reasons. But most librarians have enjoyed the peace and the sea view. So librarians are prone to backache, and the mattress here has always been a hard one, even in Westcott's time. I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. So that'll take 90 seconds. So as you can see, we've already taken advantage of all the information that came from that. We still have Fraser, Serena. I think we're missing a third, though. There should be a third one that we have here. Natalia Brulot we already put in place. Okay, Fraser Strathcoyne, Serena Blackwood. It's on the tip of my tongue. But come to think of it, I couldn't tell you what room that bust's supposed to be in. Maybe I'm... I may be blanking for a reason here. Anyways, it's going to be one that I deal with later. The most obvious tasks for me right now are just to investigate the existing statues that I have, or find the relevant texts. I am a little weirded out though, because I seemed to have I had this really clear picture in my mind of who was supposed to go there. I don't think we'd have any of the busts down below here. And then suddenly it vanished. But anyways, we'll figure this out. Alright, so let's go... Yeah, let's go with what the day offers. So I am probably going to make an effort on the messenger awaiting her destination. I want to maybe double check that I've got the right numbers for this. Dr. Yvette Southey, playwright, philologist, psychoanalyst, as happy with questions as with answers. So this is always a little bit of a dilemma, right, where this is somebody who has a language that we want. Oh, this is interesting. So they actually know both of these. But yeah, so it's tempting to hire them, but this would actually be the first time we've not satisfied a visitor's request. So in this case, I'm willing to give up Kernwick. And one of the reasons for that is that we have, well, that'll ultimately get us 2 texts. I think it's these 2. And the Tripled Heart and the Most Sorrowful End of the Lady Nona. Definitely interesting stuff. Definitely stuff I want to follow up on, but we'll have plenty of opportunities down the road. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. We are still going to keep talking with Timothy until we know what the result out of the book is. Okay. So the Bells of Ys. So that goes 6, 7, 14, 16 with the foresight. In 1782, Anil Verdier used this text as the basis for a presentation to the Academy of Sciences in Paris. He was executed in secret the following morning without trial. In the days of the Carapace Cross, when humanity lived in the dark and ate on its knees, humans could enter the mantis like vermin. One learnt the arts of flint, the arts of shaping and remaking. Through the black, the yellow, the red, the unwise mortal ascended to the shadow of the egg unhatching and remained in his service. He may be there to this day. Okay, so I have what I need to make an attempt at this text. So this is a 16 forge text. We're going to start with the Newman. We'll take the Shopt. Our best forge skill is Bells and Braziers. We will bring the Mason's Pride. And of course it's Stavak text, so we still need to add the language. So we're 2 short. Verifying that, perhaps you provided Forge, but not enough to match Mystery Forge. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So the drawback here is we're really kind of counting on the Mystery Foresight to carry the day. If it asks for a thing, we're sort of lucky because we can throw some Honeyscar Jasmine at it. But we're really kind of banking on the excuse me, on the better now. We're really banking on a memory coming up. So, could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Things might get a little bit easy. I can't remember what my determinations... How you doing? Oh, sorry, you were here earlier. My apologies. I thought that was a different name. Sorry for the sneezing. Throwing Jasmine at things usually works. The fiery dart. Excuse me. Again, we don't know what comes out of the other end of this text, so all of these memories may... Thank you, Dendrian. I think you were playing Sandrock yesterday. I hung out, and I wanted to say hi, and then I got completely sideswiped by a bunch of other stuff that I needed to do. Oh, I hate you. Not you, Dendrian. Epiphany might actually work, though. But yeah, the memory's not going to help us one way or the other, so... This is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. So we would be able to bring that foresight overnight with us. One thing that does interest me is I think crafting is no longer permitted. Now, it may be that the skills are just to help me, like, prevent... what happened here? It may be that the skills are sort of there to help me, like, deal with afflictions and things like that. But I'm, like, mildly curious if there's maybe something else that I can be doing with sleep. So, something for me to maybe test later, but... So if Epiphany gives us Forge, then we are going to pass it, but no guarantees, right? We don't actually know. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. By the way, for those of you not familiar, you woke from a dream. Sounds like me about an hour and a half after I was supposed to start. Is it an interesting dream that you can share and give us insights as to the secrets lying underneath the skin of the world? And for those of you not familiar with Dendrian, he is a wonderful broadcaster, has been playing a lot of my time at Sandrock, but has actually been somebody I have been learning about new games from. I guess Sandrock would count as a game that I wasn't familiar with since watching him. Found him originally through Against the Storm, a roguelike city builder, but a very knowledgeable and thoughtful individual. Likes to advertise himself as a second monitor stream, but I would say that if you were to do so, you would miss out on the opportunity to talk with somebody who actually has some very interesting ideas and is worth chatting with. So I actually also found Selphia through him. So really nice broadcaster, somebody I'm always happy to see inside of chat, but somebody who I'm also actually very happy to be in his chat, particularly because I get to behave like I normally do, not the nice guy act, which is only sustained 3 broadcasts a night. It was for the man of letters to record these epiphanies with extreme care, seeing that they themselves are the most delicate and evanescent memories. Joyce. And you don't even ban me. Ho ho! The epiphany was enough for the book. Okay, that's good information for me to write down. So let me just see what we've got here. So Bells of Use was Edgeforge Rose. Shopped was Knock. Okay, so 2 Knock. Lantern's got to be an epiphany. No. Huh. So the rose... Where's all this rose coming from? So the 4 Knock is accounted... No, that's right. Yeah, so Knock doesn't come in epiphany. So I could see Moth the more I think of it. Moon is a little bit of a surprise, though. Let me make sure that there's no moon kicking around one of these things. Oh yeah, it says it right here, for crying out loud. Alright. That actually makes me a lot more interested in moons. Secrets are soft, night is softer still. The sea speaks. It is not always wise to listen. Your dreams are always interesting. Some might find them frightening, but something to talk about regardless. Feel free to share if you are so inclined. And Dendrian, what's it gonna take to get you to play Book of Hours on your broadcast? More time. Fair. Alright, the messenger awaiting her destination. The Limian Burzgash records his prophecies of a city unbuilt and entreaties to its herald. The herald may never arrive at the city unbuilt. The city may never be built without the herald's message. The herald is finally identified as the 12th initiate of the House of Silence. The foundation stone will be taken from the House of Silence, Burzgash suggests, to become the foundation stone of the city unbuilt. There is a ton to unpack out of that, but I would need to compare that against a couple of the things in the Tree of Wisdoms, which I haven't committed yet, and I'd rather not bounce around trying to find them. Now, there may be a couple of efficiencies that I can work out in the... Okay. I have some work ahead of me, actually. Now up to 198 individual books written down in the file. It's on your list of must-plays. This year has far too many good games. Indeed. There was another RPG starting with B that came out. Can't remember the name. Bald or something, but... Alright, so there may be some opportunities here to push ahead with door and wall. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe I should try and find some space for some books. I'm wondering if like there's a more narrow text that I can... Really feels like that should fit. Okay, so if we put Journal of Thomas DeWolf. That's interesting. There we go. There's still a couple of areas which have got, like, gaps, but I was able to... I've kind of always had a suspicion that there was a little bit of a... Like, there were a few changes in terms of widths, just in terms of making the shelving work out. But I didn't want to spend a whole lot of time working through it. On the other hand, like... Again, I'm not going to be getting some books for a while, so this is kind of nice to be able... Although... Yeah, I just kind of crammed that into onto a shelf somewhere. I'm probably not going to be able to find this again anytime soon. It's out of nowhere, this really complicated VAC text sort of appears on one of the shelves. Like I said, I need to come up with a better filing system, but maybe I'll just put them all alphabetically and drive people completely bananas. But that's something for me to deal with later. So I don't want to give the impression that I don't have any more books to study. There is The Tower Rises and The Tower Falls, but that is going to involve a little bit more work, and I would rather take care of the lessons that I have already. So if I get 4... well, this will eventually become 7, so let's move everything accordingly. So if I give it a pattern, a foresight, I need 2 more. We're close to the end of the day, so maybe I just accept that I'm not going to be able to keep all of these. Am I earning money or am I restoring? So this wouldn't be bad. I think if I get the... Inescapable confinement. Actually, yeah, inescapable confinement is useful in 2 ways. So we'll use the Whist to study the Arikepean text. How about this? You will do a recording about your dreams and link you to the... Sure, why not? So Insight doesn't do a whole lot for me there. Again, I'm not expecting miracles for Reverend Timothy here. We're short 2 memories. I would need an element of the soul plus either the Shaft. No, actually, Shaft is my only option for Doranwall. So really, we're probably only going to be able to do 1 a day at this rate. I am going to make it a priority to level it up, but I'm not going to start today. It's a it's a nice to have. I'm also mildly tempted to go for a Tower Falls. Oh, nuts. Hang on. He just overwrote that, so that's not as big of a deal. I was just thinking, is like, well, now I've got 3 of the... with the Newman, that would give me the 4th, but it doesn't. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for... I'm gonna wait for the next day. Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, or The House of Glass, Julian Cosley considered this his masterwork. This book houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Techniques for perception and analysis which permit invidious and apocalyptic conclusions. Probably the most assiduously suppressed book in history. The entire run was destroyed. Even the presses were melted and dispersed. But the manuscript edition has survived. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal, but Cosley proposes and describes confinement inescapable, aesthetic and optical techniques which might contain even an hour, profoundly disrupting the order of the Mansis. He presents this as his own work, but there are hints here and there that he received inspiration or even assistance from the nowhere hour named Snow. All right, let's go for... yeah, we'll let the night play out. I don't think I want to... I don't want to invest too much. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to keep the pattern because I don't believe Reverend Timothy can generate patterns. So that's a freebie that I get to keep for myself. Except that I can't keep that. I can only keep Foresight. Ah! Okay. So I'm going to take a second and consult my list. Let's also have a chat with Yvette Southey. So Yvette Southey is here on an inhabitation of worms. Sorry, The Affair of the Endless Guest. An inhabitation of worms is never to be taken lightly. In this case, worms have been chosen to inhabit one Spencer Hobson on assignment by the Bureau in Krakow. Hobson has remained unusually articulate for an inhabitee, and apparently he considers the worms his guest. So... Hello there, got a moment? I'm here about Hobson. The Bureau's invited me to interview him, assess him. I don't think I want to, but I don't think I can pass up the opportunity. So they have... We need to give them a 6 winter or higher. Now, because they understand Kernwek, Kanevek, and Arikepean, I'm actually going to try those texts first, just in case they have something interesting. I don't have a big collection of Arikepean texts, so I'm just going to play it by ear there. Oblations and Iron should do the trick. He is worm-inhabited, as they say. I only half understand what that means. I rather fear the Bureau doesn't either. I don't expect to be able to help him, or them, honestly. I want chiefly to assure my own safety. I have some idea now of what precautions I might take. I hope it'll be enough. Thanks, Librarian. This is actually really appropriate here because it's Oblations in Iron with by Little Sophia, so this is thematically appropriate. Okay, so I think tomorrow we are going to bring in Reverend Timothy again. Although I think I'm probably just going to use the elements of the soul to generate the pattern. Oh yeah, actually that was one thing I was going to do. So this does involve me not really looking at talking into the microphone as much. But because door and wall, I don't think I have a lot of knock and forge memories. I think it would actually be rather good for me to just write out exactly what I'm up against here. So just give me a quick second, please. Okay, so it's not as bad as all that seems. Dendrian says, "Got to get some sleep. Have a nice stream. You too as well, Dendrian. I'm sorry I started so late. I wound up napping, but I hope you have a good sleep. I hope I get a chance to actually talk in your stream next time. But I'm looking forward to catching you again. Be well. And Hit People Guy, good to see you. I don't think I've seen you in chat yet, so hello, good evening. I hope you're doing well." I'm going to take a quick second here and also just write down some persistent memories that I remember I used to put down. So I think Old Wound was one. So Earth Sign. Invincible Audacity. So, like, I probably don't want to make all of this stuff all at once. And in fact, maybe it would make more sense to kind of keep that stuff. Um, maybe I should kind of keep that stuff for um, after the next Numa. But it may make sense for me to just kind of have a nice little library of persistent memories to kick around, so that way I can replace them as needed. But yeah, I have 7. Regardless of like persistent memories and things like that, between Forge and Nock, I have 7. So we've got more than enough to be able to level up Doran Wall. I think I'm going to handle it the way that I normally have, which is we'll start with getting Reverend Timothy, either using a Faust or a Whist or something like that. Shop needs to be kept free so that I can, excuse me, so that I can level it up. But I think for the next few days, it's a tough call actually, because it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to try and read this Nock book first. Well, we'll see. Okay, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, if I wanted to try and get clever, so with the phonograph, we can add Forge, so we're good there. Oh yes, now I remember. So I believe it is Doran Wall is the only one that I can actually use now in the phonograph. So it is rather important that I level this up, actually. So with 3 levels, that'll finally be 8 Nock that I can bring to bear. So that's 10 plus the 5 and its VAC. So yeah, in its existing form, I don't believe we would be able to do the Tower Falls. Actually, the funny thing is, I would have if I had thought to add the shaft with the preliminal meter, the pattern, but we're not in that world anymore. So we're gonna leave the shaft aside. I'm not gonna try and read this. I'm not gonna try and read this text right away, but I should sooner than later. I am gonna bring in Reverend Timothy for a chat. I suppose the first thing that I can do is think about the things that Reverend Timothy can't make, and that would be the Newman, the Pattern, the Salt, and Secret Threshold. So I've got the Newman already. Yeah, actually, this is not nearly as difficult as I'm making it out to be. So let's get working. So we'll start with Lady Ava's desk. Again, I do want to, where I can, I want to be conscious of what books I'm reading, because there's more information. Yeah, no worries. It's a little weird. Like, I feel kind of bad when I start late, but on the other hand, I also know that there are some people who tend to catch my streams when I go late. So, while showing up on time is one of those things about professionalism, right? I don't do this for a living, but I like to try and take it seriously. So my preference is to show up when I say I'm going to show up. But every once in a while, if there's a later stream, that's not the worst thing in the world, because it does work for the people who, don't get a chance to come in at the start at the normal times. So it's a little bit of give and take, I suppose. Okay, so patterns, my options are advice on containment against Vitruvius. By their marks you shall know them. Just verse on imperfections on the winding stair, on what is contained by silver. The elations of Lamentius, the other eye of the serpent, the radical measure, the twin serpent tantra, traveling at night, volume 3, and the messenger awaits her destination. Let's try the radical measure, because I don't think I've read that one in a while. which also means it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to find it, but... Oh, actually, it looks like I read this recently. Anyways. I'll work with it anyway. Okay, so that's the pattern spoken for. Let's find a book with salt. So that would be Pale Lady and the Prince of Wines, The Kukurbit Prisoner Records, 1928, Journal of Thomas de Wolfe, Crossing to Noon, The Deaths of the Moon, The Larkabine Codex, The Queen's Turn, The Sea Does Not Regret, and The Voyages of Furnishment and Oriole. Let's try The Sea Does Not Regret, although I feel like that's one of the ones that maybe I don't have in the collection. I'm guessing I don't have this, or I at least don't see it. Never hurts to just double check. I did recently remodel. Excuse me. All right. Yeah, not the sort of thing I want to search high and low for, so... either the Queen's Turn or the Larkabine Codex. It looks like Queen's Turn. Yep. Alright, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And then the Secret Threshold. That's the Almanac of Entrances, the Temptations of Architecture, or On the Matter and Deeds of Serpents. Now, Almanac on Entrances I don't think I've read for a while, but again, that's another one of those ones where I'm wondering if I have it or not. I would assume that that would be on the second pile, or... Well, there we go. Apparently I did read that one fairly early on. So, we'll use our Faust for that. Kind of hard to say that I'm going to use my health for anything but reading right now. I'll leave it aside. Oh, actually, I don't have a pitcher of... No, I do have a pitcher of water. I just forgot to put it back in my inventory. Yeah, so I'll sit on that for now. Okay, more money. Dr. Southey went to interview Hobson in Krakow, but came first to Hush House to ensure that she understood the hazards that might entail. And the... Oh, I thought for a second the clouds might help us, but no, that's fog I was looking for. Alright. And I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So I'm going to pay up to restore the Faust. This is because Doran Wall is kind of essential to our future plans. This is one of these cases where I'm willing to sort of go all hands on deck for restoring elements of the soul. It may prove to be like overdoing it, but I'd rather overdo it in this case because I've already built up those savings. This is one of these cases where if I can knock down 3 lessons and still get the recording listened to, that just puts me so much further ahead than, than the alternative cases. So, Now we'll wait for the books to come through. My temptation is going to be to jump from desk to desk and just collect the memories, and I need to remember that I want to be reading the text. There is a reason why I'm taking time to navigate to and read given texts, because I want to see if those will start giving me hints in terms of... well, I guess we kind of accepted that the chancel would be possibly the oubliette. I mean, again, if I want, I can go to each individual workstation and just like force in skills, but that doesn't really feel like a very interesting way of doing it, because you don't know. Like, the thing is, you don't know why you would do that, right? You just suddenly discover a treasure, and then you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I have a treasure now. It'd be nice to kind of be guided by the game towards a particular outcome. So, an Almanac of Entrances, a handbook of sealed and unsealed byways and shortcuts through the bounds, compiled by William Harries in the 1860s during his term as librarian of Hush House. So there's our secret threshold. Harries describes the role played by the Legion du Sol and his company and the Company of the Wolf in Gold in warding the bounds against outside influences. He warns that bounds travelers may themselves be considered outside influences. The Mansis, as Ys, lacks walls. Ys and the Mansis have both their gates, and there may be no gate without a wall. Thus the paradox resolves, as all who walk in dream will learn. But the wood has neither gate nor wall, and so it is the wood whose roots may creep after us into the hours of our waking. All right. The Radical Measure glossed. The original Radical Measures was a manifesto for experimental poetry with occult purposes, written in the 19th century by Dr. Aaron Peel. The original is notoriously incoherent. Much later, Christopher Lopoli took on the task of editing and glossing it. He has taken some liberties, but the updated version is generally well regarded. The hours have little time for poetry, Dr. Peel avers, but they have a tremendous amount of time for poets. Lopoli has added a note suggesting that this should in fact be the most tremendous time with poets. As the rose opens, Dr. Peel explains, enduring memory opens to the horizon. This is a way of saying something that cannot otherwise be said, and is best only written with one's eyes firmly closed. Lopoli's gloss reads, Horizon Sight Synthesis Method, reverse procedure with knock to elaborate Gervinite in the chronsichord mode. And finally, The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered an opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. Lagia accepts, setting aside the arts of the low red sun associated with Antaios. She bargains, however, for freedom for her daughters. The Hours of the Triple Knot accept casually, knowing that Lagia has devoured her daughters, but wily Lagia has decided in the secret hollow of her heart that she will adopt any who ask if they can prove their fierceness. The traditions described here, the ones generally described as hill and hollow, are associated with Lagia before her turn, but now that she's the name of the Red Grail, they might also be safely used before an altar of the Triple Knot, which of course we did with Tridesma Hyra, which I think we already tried this, but this is an indication that there may in fact be more than one skill that will find those those treasures. So for instance, hill and hollow here. I don't even know if I have anything I can use. I guess heart. This doesn't seem to have accomplished anything. It might be nice to kind of go to a save where that treasure hasn't been found. But it does make me wonder if we did Disciplines of the Scar here, if I had tried Disciplines of the Hammer instead, would that have potentially produced a different result? Anyways, something to think about. So I have enough to be able to level up door and wall at this point. So we're gonna do that right away. Oops. So the first thing I'm going to use is the Foresight. Just because that gives us another opportunity for Reverend Timothy to generate one of those. And we'll do the whole thing again. Basically, we'll use the health to bring back We'll use the health to bring in one of the one of the memories that Reverend Timothy can't generate on his own. I guess that'll be a pattern. Did I try on imperfections before? I can't remember. Let's see if I can find it first. That's Oblations in Iron. So far, my favorite filing system is definitely to file based on memory. Okay. Probably... I'm gonna have to double check a few of these. Let's try Traveling at Night Volume 3. I don't think it's going to really crack the door open on any like any deep mysteries, but it has been a while since I've read it, and inevitably whenever I assume certain things, like that's always where I wind up kind of burned, so... So we're going to be shooting for 5 memories by the end of the day. That's definitely a tall order, but right now I don't mind. I'm not actually going to use these elements of the soul to generate a memory yet, but I am going to restore them just in anticipation of the fact that I might have a memory that I can use to level up door and wall. Yeah, I mean, there's also, like, if you want to help visitors, like filing them by mystery is a helpful system, but I just generally think that the most likely thing you're going to take a book down is by memory. And, like, in the end, it's kind of talking about the contents of the book. But the one thing that doesn't really work for me is the idea that you wind up splitting up series that way, because series don't wind up giving you the same memory over and over and over again. So again, for all of the systems, there's going to be perfections and imperfections, and I kind of love that fact about the game. But I also acknowledge that, like, it's the source of so much frustration on my part in terms of the things that I can or can't do. Alright, the Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Allopoly, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. Allopoly's disquisitions on fire and the unburnt god are interrupted by passages of distractingly erotic poetry addressed to Baldemera. To reach the stag door, I believe that all you really need is to want something enough, but I've never wanted anything that much, except of course Baldemera, and I'm very much afraid that the knot in the story is this. What Baldemera wants is the stag door, but here's something I learned in Persia. Perhaps it'll teach you what you want. So 5 memories. Currently we'll have 2 elements of the soul, and I will bring back the shaft because that's something I can that's something I can use to make some money as well. Yeah, we should be able to get the 5 memories we need to level up door and wall again. So we've got 2 already. I'm gonna have another minute to be able to bring back Whist, let's say. It'd be nice if Reverend Timothy gives me something I can use, but if he doesn't, it's not critical. You're able to hire people with fatigued elements. I suppose that makes sense because it accepts. Yeah, I never really tried that. I actually wound up. I suppose in the grand scheme of things, I wound up inefficiently using some of my elements of the soul. Um, yeah, that's kind of a funny thing. Because if I think about the rules of how the game works, yeah, I never tried it myself. Like, it makes sense once you say it, because if you look at the logic of it, says, right, the requirement is that it's an element of the soul and that it not have a malady. So, like, what do you do? Well, when you add it here, it's for rest and refreshment. So I think what the intention is, right, it gives you the hint of adding a coin, but because the recipe is add an element of the soul and add a coin. Wait, really? You can hire people with... Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Well, in this case, wouldn't that just be the same? Wouldn't that just be the same as hiring here? Sorry, I thought you were talking about the specialists. Ah, yes, yeah. You don't have to fill everything. Yeah, sorry. I was just thinking, it's like that's a little weird that they let you go for a a higher level one. So, yeah. What do you know? I was actually the funny thing. I was gonna send off a support ticket saying is like, I can see how the logic of the game makes this make sense, but I don't think this is what you want. But yeah, it turns out this is a little different than what I think we were talking about. So, it is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilgard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. I know we went over this before, but has everybody here seen what stargazy pie looks like? I don't know if I'm brave enough to eat it, but it sure looks interesting. Question is, do you want stargazy pie? Hit people guy. Can I find it within the 30 seconds? Ah, all right. I think Wikimedia Commons should cover that. Oh, you just looked? There's a number from Wikipedia. So let's go original file. Yeah, so we've got the pre-bake stargazy pie. We've baked stargazy pie. Oh, actually, I never noticed that they had the leaves in front. That's an interesting touch. Um, and then this is kind of a little bit closer to sort of what I imagine because they look up a little bit more. But man, they look pretty mad. They look mad about the fact that they're in a pie. Like these fellows are probably a bit cross about the whole matter. Um, this is definitely the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, this is one thing I will say. Like, there are just enough things in Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours that like there's just enough of them that I'm familiar with, and sort of they give you that nice feeling of like, hey, somebody else knows about this stuff. It's not just me. And like that, I always love that sort of stuff just because in a certain way, like you always know that there's another person in the world that knows this stuff. Like, especially, usually you read these things in books, right? So of course there's somebody who wrote a book and knew about this. But like to play a game or to do something where there is, you have a more concrete idea that somebody else has run into this thing. I think that's always kind of neat. And I think to a certain extent, this is why like nerds kind of like congregating and like why there's conventions and things like that, right? Because if you're really into science fiction books, And obviously fantasy stuff is very, very mainstream now, right? Like this is almost the monkey's paw answer. Like if you're a nerd, it's like everything is science fiction and fantasy now. It is actually hard to find things that are not science fiction and fantasy now. But they're not necessarily quite like it's not Philip K. Dick all the time. And honestly, Philip K. Dick's got a pretty decent treatment as far as adaptations are concerned. Like Scanner Darkly was good, Blade Runner was good, Minority Report was really good. Total Recall's not a bad movie, although I seem to remember liking We Can Remember It For You Wholesale a little bit more than Total Recall. But Total Recall is definitely not a bad film. And sure, there's been some disappointing Philip K. Dick adaptations, but I'd say overall, like there are certainly other authors who have been treated quite poorly by Hollywood. So it's hard to complain about what we've been given in terms of those films. But yeah, most of the stuff is not like the sci-fi that if you're like a sci-fi reading nerd that you're really into, right? It's not to say that it's lesser, but it's just like, Marvel comics are a specific kind of thing, and they have a very dedicated fan base and people enjoy them for a good reason. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with the adaptations of them. But I think the complaint that I'm more convinced by, is that it perhaps is coming at the expense of other forms of expression, because there's clearly a difference between, the sort of sci-fi fantasy, usually more sci-fi, in Marvel stories than, something that you might find in like H.G. Wells or, I don't know if H.G. Wells is the one that everybody like gets misty-eyed over, in terms of sci-fi fandom, but I guess Three Body Problems getting an adaptation, so I shouldn't speak on that. But Ray Bradbury or Arthur C. Clarke or something like that. There's a lot of really good sci-fi that people like. They'll go to conventions, and they all get to kind of nerd out about it and particularly at a time when people were sort of like, oh yeah, I don't really like that kind of stuff. And I think there's a degree of that happening here, except for the fact that you can be a nerd about more than just entertainment stuff. So there's enough of that I think there's a certain appeal of, I didn't know anybody else was into this stuff. That exists inside of Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours. But on the other hand, there's also a bunch of stuff that I didn't know about that I learn about in the game. So like Exile was wonderful for this because of all of the different details of the locations. But even something like Stargazy Pie, I wasn't aware of it. It's again, like I said, I'm probably not brave enough to try a dish like that on my own. Maybe I will. I mean, it seems to be one that people like, but there is just something about, I normally have my fish with a little bit more preparation than what I've seen inside of those images. But it does seem to be a dish with a very interesting history. And had I not played, but I'm utterly convinced that I never would have found out about Stargazy Pie save for playing Book of Hours. So whether or not my life would have been better not knowing about Stargazy Pie is an open question, I suppose. But so we're seeing what else we can get from Reverend Timothy before we commit everything. We can wait until after the sun goes down to lock it in, because it's only 30 seconds. Really, at this point, we're just trying to make the most of the day. I'll be sure to feed Stargazy Pie to Reverend Timothy. I bet he's a Stargazy Pie kind of guy. All right, better now. So right now, the way this is going to work is 2 Faust and a Whist all committed to Door and Wall, and the Shaft is going to be the thing that levels it up. Let's see what the day brings. I don't want to bring back any more Elements of the Soul. We won't have time to go to work. So the first thing I would hope for would be something like a Foresight or a Regret. And if I don't get a foresight or a regret from Reverend Timothy, the next best is that I queue him up again, and I wind up getting one of those from, I wind up getting one of those before the sun goes down. Or, sorry, before the sun comes up. Sun goes down, that's not a problem. I basically just want to be able to dream with the thing. So yeah, hindsight doesn't help me. So we'll talk with him. Now's the time. So 45 seconds. It's not going to leave me enough time to claim other things. So we've already got the pattern. We've got the Newman. At this point, I want to go for Salt, Secret, Threshold. And I am taking a small risk if I go for the Stolen Secret. But I gotta... I gotta go for something, so... Or maybe I go for the Regret. Let's try the 12 Letters on Consequence or the Barrow Child's Elegies. Okay, so the Regret is the one that potentially Reverend Timothy will give me. Salt. Let's try... Larkabine Codex. I'm like 99% sure I have it, but there's something nagging in the back of my head which says, no, you don't, and you're a fool for looking for it. I could have sworn this was one that I had. There it is. Okay, that's the salt accounted for. And so Secret Threshold. Let's do the Matters and Deeds of Serpents. Whoops. I always keep getting that one wrong. Shake the box? My God, man. What are you doing here? Hello, Shake the Box, and all of you people coming through on the raid. I really appreciate that. I actually had no idea that you were streaming. So I have a feeling that the majority of people who are now in here, I was thinking of, I'm actually already an hour over. I was gonna sneak away because I had a late start. But I am not really gonna. Oh man, World of Horror is great. Those are actually, they're all really, really interesting games. So, I think that game selection on your own is definitely already worth doing a follow for Shake the Box for. Actually, World of Horror just got its 1.0 release, too, didn't it? There's a, so this might be one that you're interested in. So if you like World of Horror and you've not heard of this, I would highly recommend that you check out a game called Dark Web Streamer. It's not currently, it isn't available right now, but there's this Australian, Chantal Ryan, who has definitely been working very hard in terms of doing like just conferences and presentations and such. the game looks fascinating. I actually was lucky enough. The beta that they're doing isn't really in a state to share with people, but I kind of got special permit. I like a special idea. So the idea behind that was that because I'm like small and sort of fly by night, I did a completely random stream, unannounced, where I just did little bits of dark web streamer that were sort of like representative of what the game will actually be like, and just randomly ended the stream at a moment too. So like anybody who happened to catch that for a quick second got a chance to see this very strange game with a very sort of world of horror kind of vibe. But I have noticed that sort of the community surrounding that game has been growing quite a bit. And so if you like World of Horror, I definitely recommend checking out Dark Web Streamer. I also think they have a Patreon because they're still looking to like properly get like the game funded. So I have a slight interest in terms of drawing people's attention towards it, because if they wind up becoming patrons of it, there's there's an opportunity for them to do so as well. But because you are because I know you're into World of Horror, its aesthetic and I think a large part of that particular game would be of interest to you, and so I want to pass that on as something you might be interested in. Also, Ephemeris, thank you very much for stopping by. I'm sure a lot of you have noticed. I appreciate you all supporting Shake the Box and coming along with that raid, but I'm also not as good of an entertainer. I talk a lot, and some people don't care for that. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with Book of Hours. I suspect most of you are if you're coming from Shake's stream, but I have been doing a bit of a special run here where I have been reluctant to commit skills to the Tree of Wisdom. So far, we've only done one. Yes, but you have the virtue of playing the game, whereas I'm a little less prone to gameplay. But yeah, I did a beta of Book of Hours for as long as there was a beta, basically, and I got accustomed to sort of using elements of the soul to solve problems. And I thought it might be interesting to see how much of the house I could unlock without committing skills to the Tree of Wisdoms, with the exception of the one glaziering and lightsmithing, glass blowing and vessel crafting. That one was mostly so I could sort of show off that I actually know how to commit skills, although that still didn't stop people from showing off the game. But this kind of got out of hand, because you'll notice we have actually unlocked all of Hush House now. So it turns out you don't actually need to commit any skills to be able to unlock the full house. So I've been tempted to see how far I can go without committing the skills. At some point I will, just because it'll make my life a little bit easier. But right now we have been trying to scrabble along with the last few texts that are in languages I understand. That will be the two recordings here, A Tower Falls and A Tower Rises. And at the moment here, I've just been clearing out the last of my skills. But for those of you unfamiliar with the game, essentially this is a game in which you inherit an occult library. It's full of interesting, sometimes delicious, sometimes mysterious things. And it gives you very broad strokes in terms of a background, which you can follow if you want. So in my case, I am the Twiceborn librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. The Twiceborn's third choice might be life as the librarian, or it might be something more radical. But you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom. And Memories the Twiceborn. I remember that I once walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now I go back to the House of the Sun. If I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as librarian would be one such choice, but there might be something more. So, anybody who hasn't played these Secret Histories games, there's two video games in the series called Cultist Simulator and now Book of Hours. There is also a tabletop experience called The Lady Afterwards, which is sort of a one-off, kind of a cross between a role-playing game and an evening of murder mystery sort of pack. There's like a deluxe edition that comes with like a candles and and maps and things. But a reasonable person who's not familiar with all of these games, there's also a live experience called Locksmith's Dream, but I think that will be closing up this year, and they'll be moving on to a Lovecraft story instead. So, but you might say, well, what the hell is the House of the Sun? Like, I have no idea what any of these things are. And it is the process of exploring the house that will help you. You do not need to have played Cultist Simulator to understand the game. It just happens to give you some insights into certain things. But when you go through the house, you'll see a painting on the wall, perhaps the Mansis. There has been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is the best known. It's signed and dated. If it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. So now you know the House of the Sun is the Mansis. Well, what the hell is the Mansis? Well, as you keep reading these books and as you keep seeing what's going on inside the house, you'll see further references to the Mansis, and you'll be gaining a better understanding, not just of what that is, but because my particular character happens to have come from the Mansis, I'll gain a better understanding of who I am. So definitely a game for people who like sort of puzzling things out. I always like to say that these games are great if you're the sort of person who likes playing Dark Souls and sort of figure out what's going on by reading the item descriptions. But it's not all necessarily related just to the strange secrets lying beneath the skin of the world. You also have the history of the house itself. There are the barons. Barons Brandkrug, you've got the librarians of the Curia of the Isle, and you get to learn more about what happened to the house itself, whether this is from the Dawn period or something more modern, such as the Nocturnal period. I will leave you with the fearsome Condignator, and the Nocturnal period. The house itself is a character, and it has its own stories, which you can find out. So again, this is definitely a relaxing game, but there is so much depth to it. I've not actually played to completion yet, but that's partly just by choice. Some of this is an opportunity for me to really dig in. Now, I must apologize because I was in the middle of trying to get some memories. So I think I was looking for On the Matters and Deeds of Serpents, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see if I can find that here. I don't have a good filing system. One of the things that, as a player and somebody who kind of likes to, I won't say study games, like I'm not a scholar by any stretch of the imagination, but it is nice to, sometimes you'll run into some games which speak to you a little bit more deeply than some other ones. And this might be that there's a moment in the game that sort of reminds you of something that's happened to you, or there's a particular turn of phrase that makes you say, yeah, I know exactly how that feels. There's lots of different ways that a game can really kind of catch your attention and make you, you sort of sit up and pay a little bit closer attention. If I have On the Matters and Deeds of Serpents, I have a feeling it's going to take too long for me to find. Oh, there it is. There's the back text. Okay. So usually when I run into a game like that, it's nice to sort of sit down and figure out why does it have that feeling. And one of the things that I think I've really gained to appreciate about the game is this idea of organizing knowledge. How do you find out the things that you know? How do you grow your knowledge? And more importantly, how do you make sense of it? Because again, just about everything in this game can be interacted with. Oh, this is going to be really, really tight to lock in the memory. I think I'm in a little bit of trouble, to be honest. But if I have to renew the shaft, I have to renew the shaft. Like, that's... Sometimes life has disappointments. So, sorting out my skills and all of that. But one of the things that's neat is the books. The books will have a few different aspects to them. So they have a certain language. They will have a mystery that you need to overcome. So you require certain knowledge. And in this case, it's represented through a principle like Moth. But then there's the contents of the book, which will give you certain memories. So my memories are sort of off to the left here. And there are lots of different ways, all of them legitimate in terms of organizing the book. So maybe you want all the books that are written in Greek in one place. Perhaps instead, the books that are part of a series, such as Locksmith's Dream 1 through 5, you want to keep them together. but that would mean that you can't necessarily keep them together on the basis of the mysteries that they have, right? So there's a number of sky and lantern texts here, but there's also a knock one right in the middle. Deoris grants nectar, edge, and nectar and 2 edge. Oops. So that one's probably a little bit easier to keep together. So if you want to keep the series together, you're not necessarily going to be able to keep them together on the basis of the mysteries, which means they might be a little bit harder to hand off to the visitors that come by who are looking for certain books. But another way you might want to organize them is based on their contents, what kinds of memories they give you. Which again, I've actually in my other playthrough that I do on YouTube, that's how I've been organizing the library, because I don't consult the spreadsheet that I've got beside me over here. But the drawback there, again, is you wind up breaking up series, and if you have someone who's looking for a specific type of book, like let's say a Six Winter book, that doesn't tell you what mystery it has. And so any choice that you make is going to involve some kind of inconvenience. But it's up to you to decide what organization of knowledge makes sense. And again, it's a game full of interesting things to see inside of the house. And that's not necessarily going to be related just to the books. And so as a consequence, you kind of get to put your own stamp in terms of what makes sense there. One thing I've been doing is I've been reviewing the contents of certain books. This is why I take some time to look for them, just because I'm trying to learn a little bit more about some of the things I haven't picked up yet. So, by the way, Shake the Box, if you're still around, because I know usually when I'm done streaming, I'm not ready to watch some other clown do their thing. Did you ever get to the end of Book of Hours? I'm not sure if you... I'm not sure how far you got, to be honest. I have a feeling most people have already finished at least one round, but... Alright, this was probably the Prophecies of the Naga rendered into English and illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s, but it shows quite a number of divergences from that text. It's certainly quite recent by the standards of VAC texts. Jadoke says, I just started playing, no idea what is happening. Well, so I'm fairly far. I'm not going to put too much focus on it, but I have actually unlocked all of Hush House, and only while committing one skill. So I will say that I wouldn't say I have encyclopedic knowledge of the game, but I feel that I'm quite comfortable with it. So if you have any questions, a very large part of the appeal of this game is certainly the process of figuring things out. So I have no intention of telling you things that you may not be ready to know. But if you have been finding that you've been running into some sharp corners, or you've been sort of mystified by a couple of things, please do not hesitate to ask, even if it's like really basic stuff at the start of the game. I really love talking about it. So if something comes up, definitely feel free to let me know. On the other hand, if you just want to hear the excellent writing of this game, with a Canadian accent, that works too. But welcome. The serpent folk called the Great Hooded Princes came to know the order called the House of Leith and warred across the miles with them. They made an alliance with the mother of ants whose children they had been. The text describes how the Great Hooded Princes escaped, or will escape, from the fifth history where they had died, or were doomed to die. They engaged in a secret conquest of the land of the Great River called India in some histories. And have ensured that all other conquests of that land are false conquests. The Larkabine Codex. Christopher Larkabis claims to have purchased the 2 handwritten copies of the Codex from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth and met in secret to seek union. When the drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the Mansis through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with the condemnation of the Grail. The 12 Letters on Consequence, Julian Cosley's epistolatory treatise on what may come after, addressed to his once friend Claude Hirschalt and the mystic and antiquarian. By the time he wrote these letters, Cosley was identified with the Oneropolitical Worms movement and Hirschalt with the birds, meaning roughly that Hirschalt held the order of hours to be desirable, and Cosley held it to be oppressive. Oh, I actually got this I actually got this the wrong way around. So this explains why Cosley wrote in it. Okay, so this is getting into some fairly arcane lore in this game. This isn't like, I wouldn't necessarily say this is like a quote unquote spoiler so much as it's just this is something that's kind of this goes between Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours. So there was a bird and worm slider, which meant something, but there was definitely this reference between the bird and worms movement. And the one thing that I'd known about it was essentially what it says here, that one group sort of thinks that they, I suppose, want to say it is the current order is a good thing and we should preserve it, and the other one says this is terrible and we need to overthrow it. Basically what the text says here. And I had actually thought it was the other way around, in that Cosley wanted to keep the established order and Herschel was the worms one. And in fact, it is Cosley who wound up writing the book that gives me the inescapable confinement, Newman, which says everything ultimately comes down to a choice between eternity and history. There's only one place you'd be safe from both, and it's not a place anyone would want to be. It's a prison that can only exist in certain histories. My apologies, it's the book itself that says this. But basically it talks about disrupting the order of hours, and I'm like, why would somebody who wants to preserve it, why would they be writing such a book? And then the fact that they were talking with a god from nowhere also was weird. But this idea that they want to disrupt the order and did so with the assistance of gods from nowhere, this makes a whole lot more sense. For those of you unfamiliar, by the way, we have an unofficial theme song for Julian Cosley. If anybody wants to tell me what they know about Julian Cosley in chat while I find the unofficial theme song, I'm happy to fill in the wait. And for those of you who don't know anything about the secret histories, that's very confusing. But we could probably answer it here with the Long Tower. Generally reckoned to be the chilliest room in the house, the Long Tower was usually called the Winter Tower until Julian Cosley, Magus Epistler and reputed Long, dwelt here briefly in the 17th century. Solomon Husher was the second known to sleep in the room. Evidently, they didn't mind the cold. So maybe I will retire the Long joke, but I still like saying that Julian Cosley is the long, long man. Okay, so Door and Wall's almost on its way to completion. I'm probably going to have to batten down the hatches and... yeah, we lost Shaft for this morning. Fair enough. An offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes established 1776. Sense Science Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase. On Resonance, it's 3 tallies, so we can afford it. Experiments in History by the Skysmith Everett Vinzant. I think I will pick this up. Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. So I'm going to need to restore the knock when the time comes. But essentially, it's all hands on deck as far as getting the... memories are concerned. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to bring in Reverend Timothy again. We'll use Faust in this case. I'm going to pour a glass of water so that I can restore the shaft over 90 seconds. Pour out. So the first thing that I want to do here is grab whatever memories Reverend Timothy's not going to generate through conversation from me. So we'll go and work with the first one that I had. So we'll use the one that I was just talking about. So we'll read Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic or The House of Glass. Julian Cosley considered this his masterwork. So that is a book written in Arikepean, a language of surpassing beauty and elusiveness, revealed through the ecstatic apprehensions of the Orphics, the Eleusinians, and the Sibyls of the Rhine. Arikepean, these mystics claimed, allows the elaboration of hues, sensations, and states of mind too subtle for grosser tongues. I think out of the languages I've run into, I think Arikepean is probably my favorite. I also kind of think Hyksos is sort of neat. But I think if I had to pick one of the new languages I would want to know for myself, I think Arikepean's the one. Okay, so that's the Newman. I don't believe Reverend Timothy can give me a pattern, so let me just consult what books have pattern. Advice on Containment. It's actually been a while since we've read that, so let's start there. I think that's one that's fairly early in the playthrough as well. So as I was talking about organizing knowledge, this one I really just threw all of my, like, as I read books, I just kind of threw them on shelves. I've done a little bit of reorganizing, but not a whole lot. So unfortunately, it means that I have a little bit of work ahead of me to find these. So another memory that I want is Regret, but I might get that from Reverend Timothy, so we'll go for Salt instead. Voyages of Furnish and of Oriel, I believe I have, and it's been a while since I've read that, so that may be in the overflow. Yep, there it is, and that's a few scene text. How you doing, Decree? How is your modeling going, by the way? I know you had a breakthrough already, but I also know you got a deadline coming up, so always happy to see you. Okay, and then we're going to get a secret threshold because it is possible that Reverend Timothy will give me the stolen secret. So the secret threshold only comes from one of 3 books. Let's do Temptations of Architecture this time. I think that's the one of the 3 I haven't read today. You know, moving a couple of books really messed with the broad memory I had of this. There it is. I don't think that one actually wound up moved, but there we go. So eventually I'm going to want to go back to the Sweet Bones and recover a few of these. I am 2 away from what I need to level it up, but a little tight deadline-wise, but I have finished the hardest, in your opinion, parts. Now it's just making flowy physics. I might have been working on her during the group game today. As you say, you're a professional, so people tend not to notice. All right, poured out. So I do want to get another pitcher of water before too long, but again, if we can finish off door and wall first. Okay, rain doesn't help me in terms of the lesson. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy, rector of Grand Krug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. Speak to visitors, assistants, strangers, and friends. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. For those of you unfamiliar with this game, it normally takes 30 seconds to talk with somebody, but my friend Reverend Timothy has lots of indications that he is about as talkative as I am. And so as a consequence, you wind up, you have to take a 15 seconds more to get the same information out of him, which I think is a wonderful touch, although, again, makes me feel slightly attacked. Okay, so I'm going to renew my Shapt with a glass of water in this case. This is just because I'm going to use the Shapt to level up door and wall. In this case, I'm not going to use it to generate memories, so I can afford to wait. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. And unfortunately, I wasn't quite thinking, because what I could have been doing was I could have been renewing my Faust and the Sweet Bones right away. So I'll put the 3 pence in here. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. And at some point, I do want to try swimming, but not when I'm about to have a breakthrough on a rather important skill. So I think the plan is today we get door and wall up to 7. If I have other opportunities, what I might do is I might actually try to listen to the Tower Falls recording. Assuming that that doesn't work, Tower Falls will be tomorrow's work, and maybe what I'll try and do is read On Resonance, although that'll take the better part of the day to buy, so I may just do both of those tomorrow. And then once that's done, essentially I will try and build a little bit of a... Well, actually, I'll try and build towards a higher level Rose memory, just so I can get an idea in terms of how realistic it is for me to actually be able to hear a tower rises. But after that, a lot of the attention is going to be on just exploring the house and seeing all the little details here. Okay, I'm going to have a bunch of books to read in a minute. So, advice on containment. Thyrza Blake discusses ways to keep the wood things out of trouble and Mantis things in it. Thyrza is irritatingly light on specifics, insisting above all that the duties of an adept are the duties of a host, and that a conjured spirit should be kept in as luxurious a vessel as possible. Hey, Cured, how you doing? You wish you could stick around, but you got work in 20. No, I totally understand. I hope you have a good day at work. I'm going to have a little bit of a rough one just due to the hour that I'm streaming, but I'm actually very happy to be able to share this game with everybody, so I don't mind putting in the extra time. But I appreciate you stopping by and saying hello, even if you're just here for a second, or even if you're just going to keep me on while you're getting ready. It's always nice to see familiar faces and, and just a chance to catch up. Thank you. I always also just appreciate your YouTube comments on that too, so they're never taken for granted. It's why I actually appreciate it when people come in, specifically so I can say thank you for that. Thyrza notes the similarities between the lantern-long habit of scrying, returning to the physical world despite their absence of a body by entering a mirror or light, and Poemander's techniques of confining Mantis Long to mirrors. She wonders whether Poemander himself might be lured to visit Hush House if provided with a sufficiently alluring scrying. So I've always wondered if this is an indication that I might be able to get something from behind the mirrors. Like there's the mirror room. Alright, techniques for the perception and analysis which permit invidious and apocalyptic conclusions. Probably the most assiduously suppressed book in history. The entire run was destroyed, even the presses were melted and dispersed, but the manuscript edition has survived. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal, but Coseley proposes and describes confinement inescapable, aesthetic and optical techniques which might contain even an hour, profoundly disrupting the order of the Mantis. He presents this as his own work, but there are hints here and there that he received inspiration or even assistance from the Nowhere Hour named Snow. So again, my confusion has been kind of lifted given the fact that Coseley is someone who wants to disrupt the existing order, hence why he is working with Nowhere Hours and creating the book that creates the inescapable confinement. The Temptations of Architecture. The antiquarian and nyctodromist Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors, with particular reference to a house in the bounds named Treowyn. No doubt they have come to regret the ambitions of their winding stair, even now in Treowyn. A silver sea is unwisely visible from a rash window. Westcott explains that the wheel locks, the charge holders of Treowyn, have had recourse to dramatic measures to prevent Oneiric encroachment, removing the entire top floor of the building. Nevertheless, he writes, the business of the Moon Hall has begun to touch the other business of the house. The Voyages of Furnishon of Oriol, the impossible travels of a sea captain of the late Phoenician era, suppressed throughout recorded history, those who read it were said to disappear. Furnishin clearly visited the Mansus, sailing the length of the Painted River. He also claims to have traversed a sea of finest sand, to have dared the blazing waves of the sun's surface, and to have descended to an underworld ocean lit by lamps of black nephrite. Furnishin's final voyage is to retirement on a peaceful island across an evening sea, where he identifies a spring whose waters will keep him safe. I will be forgotten, he declares, and this work my only trace. Okay, as a recap, we need 6 memories to be able to level up Door and Wall. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So in essence, all that I really need are 2 more elements of the soul to be restored at the Sweet Bones. We're already getting 1. But if I'm lucky, Reverend Timothy is going to be providing the last of those 2 as well. So yeah, we'll play it by ear. I don't mind spending some money restoring elements of the soul, because right now there's enough time in the day for me to use them at the Sweet Bones to make some money, or alternatively to do other things like read this book I'm buying. All right, better now. So this is what we'll focus on. We'll get the Faust back. And like I said, at this stage, because I don't really have rooms that I'm trying to get into, there's a little bit of downtime just in between conversations with Reverend Timothy. Eventually, this is going to be taken up with, exploring different things in the rooms and such. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. But yeah, we'll be going room by room, so I think the pattern that I worked out would be start with the Keeper's Lodge, then move up to the Observatory, then maybe from the Practic Garden up, and essentially it's just kind of going to be sort of moving up until we get to the caves, and at that point maybe what I'll do is I'll look at the remaining Curia rooms, maybe I'll move into the Dawn period or whatever, or Solar period. The other thing too is there's an argument where like maybe I should explore all the Dawn stuff first, and then go to Solar, then Baronial, then Curia, then Nocturnal, and do things in chronological order. But again, as I was saying earlier, so much of this game is about the ordering of knowledge and how you make sense of things. So I don't even know if there's a right way to examine this stuff. I think it just is, and you do the best with what you've been given. Alright, I deserved a little quiet time. So that shaft is left aside so that I can actually level up the skill that I want. So the thing that's nice is we know we are going to level up Door and Wall at the end of the day no matter what. That is guaranteed at this point. So the rest of this is just a question in terms of how much more am I going to be able to get done today. And I think the answer to that is quite a bit, but we'll see. So I'll bring in a Whist and a Health. Better now. So we may actually be operating at a loss today in the sense of like spending more than we bring in. But the nice side effect of that is going to be not only does it give me the option to read this book, Solace doesn't really help. But I may also be able to generate another inescapable confinement in anticipation of Tower Falls. Again, we'll see. I'm not in a particular rush to do it one way or another. Okay. On Resonance. So I think in this case I'm actually going to sit down and read this book right away. And again, this is partly because I just know I can get away with it. I'm going to have an element of the soul that I can use. So why not just clear it out? It may even give me a memory that I could use for Door in the Wall. So it's a sky text. I actually don't need that much. I only need 6. So we'll go a little bit lower on the list. Why did I think Pyroglyphics was 6? And Berean Lapidary. I can master this mystery. So again, I need to make sure I'm on top of restoring elements of the soul if I'm going to do it this way, but I'm still in reasonably good shape. Okay. Reverend Timothy has not given us anything that we need right now. So one more with the health. This is surplus to requirements, so this is really just so I can make a little bit of money. It's too late in the day for me to draw up the water, so I'm gonna work within what I've been given. And in the worst case, essentially what happens is I'll use the Faust and the Whist to generate the 2 memories that we didn't get from Timothy. It's not the end of the world that we didn't get them. I mean, it's not... I don't tend to see regret and stolen secrets from Reverend Timothy. Foresight sometimes, but it's not... like, it's not shocking that we didn't get that. So, let's try an investigation of a founded country, unless that is one of the... That is... Well, you know what? Let's go for it anyway. So that's the stolen secret accounted for. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's 5. The 6th, let's see, maybe regret. Barrowchild's Elegies was one I said I wanted to see if I could find. I figure that's a small enough name, it should kind of just leap out at me. I'll confess, I'd be rather surprised if it was among these. Okay, so it may be that it's actually the Barrowchild's Elegies, and I forgot to put it in the spreadsheet, but I don't think... I'm not so invested on finding this thing that I'm going to hold up the playthrough, so... Ivory Book. And... do we have... Yes, I haven't used my Fucine. Oops. Alright, I've mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So there's still kind of a hope that Reverend Timothy gives us something that we can carry with us overnight. But in this case here, like I said, we know we have door and wall. I'm not too fussed if we don't get the other things, and then I'll at least know what the contents of On Resonance is, although it's almost certain that I'm not going to be able to make anything of it. Better now. Okay, so we're just going to use this to make a little bit of money. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. This will be the last memory we get from Reverend Timothy. So if it winds up being regret or something like that, I just kind of shout and shake my fist at the heavens. But like I said, it's all sunk costs at this point. Aha! Stolen secret. So this is why I wait till the last possible minute. So this helps me. Although I can't remember Was it Stolen Secret? I think I went for Regret. No, I'm pretty sure I got a Stolen Secret as well. Alright, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So the tricky part here, let's see what I can save. So I can't preserve the Stolen Secret, but I can preserve the Salt Memory. But Reverend Timothy doesn't... Okay, actually, if I wait the... Yeah, I've got a 1.6 second... This will give me relevant information. Okay, on resonance experiments in ithistry by the skysmith Everett Vincent. Vincent suggests percussion instruments that might be sympathetic to a number of hours and names. Some are more likely than others. Vincent uncontroversially suggests drums of various materials as the sympathetic instrument for the thunderskin and its ascendant duendrazones. He proposes bells of bronze and iron for the lionsmith and the colonel. He spends some time on the design of a bee rattle for the malachite, but doesn't seem entirely confident of his findings. So that gives me foresight unexpectedly. And bells and brazier. All right, well, that is actually rather good news. It'll make things a little inconvenient moving forward, but I can at least take that into... I can take that into the next day. Sorry, I still need to remember to record it. Oh. I already had on resonance. Okay. So now we wait 1.8 seconds. Yes, so there was, we got Regret, and then the other one was Secrets. The Ivory Book, a manual of the Ordo Lamea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. This manual was compiled by one Kurenai, who claims to have fled the tyranny of the Chrysanthemum throne to cross the world and join the Ordo. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the ivory chain, not to have commerce with the hours. Followed literally, this would be almost impossible for an adept, so the manual contains numerous clarifications, exceptions, and processes of indulgence. Kurenai describes the Order's burial rites, which include spells to ensure, in theory, that the souls of dead long are not given to the hours. The hour called the Ivory Dove, who memorializes and commemorates, is to be invoked in secret in these rites, for with that hour we have made an understanding. And investigation of a founded country, subtitled Recordings from the Atlantic Coast. The phonograph initially seems to consist entirely of wave sounds and the cries of gulls, but attention to the cries suggests that they are not gulls at all, perhaps not even birds. The bird cries resolve to possibly human voices, half lost in the sound of waves. They lament the absence of a city unborn. They hymn the ice behind the wave, the amber cobbles, or perhaps amber corals. The tenor of their song is melancholy, but also increasingly menacing as they promise the city irresistible. As the voices fade, distant bells are clearly to be heard among the surf sounds. Alright, let's lock this in as soon as possible. So it's good that we've got bells and braziers. It's just going to be a little inconvenient in terms of trying to make this all work alongside reading A Tower Falls. But I'm going to prioritize reading A Tower Falls first. It shouldn't be that difficult at this point. And then everything else goes into leveling up bells and braziers while we find out what we can get from A Tower Falls. Also, I'm probably going to need to mess around a little bit with the shelves again. So where's the most obvious gap? Looks like here. I have an idea here. Let's I don't know how I got away with that, but I did. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. How you doing, Selphia? Good to see you. Folks, we had Dendrian in a little bit before, and Selphia was the... Oops, sorry, I almost spelled it with S-H. So Sophia was the other broadcaster who I was referring to there. I think it's best to call you a variety streamer. I don't know if you've been sticking around. It was... I don't want to call it a Stardew Valley-like, because Stardew Valley itself is like a Harvest Moon-like or something like that. But you were tending bar. I genuinely do not remember the name of the game that you were playing, but it looked interesting, and I don't know if you're sticking with that or if that was just a one-off. Alright. So with Bells and Braziers, I need 6 memories. Traveler's Rest, thank you. Let me, sorry, I'm just going to take a quick second here. Please don't hesitate to talk about your stuff, because that was a pretty crummy shout-out, if I'm honest. But I am going to take a second here to work out Forge and Sky. So I'm just going to consult a spreadsheet that I made for this. We'll play it again on Friday, but Potion Permit on Monday. I don't think I've seen you play Potion Permit before. Anyways, one way or another, Sophia is actually an easy recommendation for 2 reasons. Number 1, always a pleasure to see them in the chat, whether it is Dendrian's or my own broadcast. Another great thing is because they are Australian, their hours tend to work a little bit better for people who tend to watch me late and always wonder why I'm packing up when they show up. You don't have to be shouty, but thank you. No. It's... So, I like, first of all, it's a chance for, so a large part of the shout-outs are just an effort to, hey, Wishing Well, how you doing? I think one of the big ones, Sophia, is, I like recommending stuff just because, I mean, in the end, how else are you going to find channels that you like? But the other thing that I notice is that, the rhetoric of Twitch, at least for a while, I don't watch as much Twitch as I used to, so this may have changed and I just haven't noticed it, but like, everything is the best ever. It was like, if everything is the best ever, then nothing is the best ever. And so one of my aims, where I can, is to try and give people a reason to check something out, because I kind of get that not everyone, like, you know, like, I know my stuff is a pretty narrow appeal. And I'm not going to lie, there are times where I've wound up shouting out people who just wind up to be jerks. But in the end, you do the best that you can with the information that you've been given. So, like, you know, I'd rather not have people lose out because, you know, I give people the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, the difficulty is again, if everybody's shout-outs are basically saying that everyone is the best ever, then it's effectively the same as just clicking on a random stream and hoping that you get lucky. So where possible, it's kind of nice to talk about the games that they play, why I happen to like their stuff, you know, and it's a nice little way of hopefully cutting through the static and helping people not just find channels that they like, but also helping broadcasters find an audience that is worthy of their talents. Because obviously, if you wind up with a bunch of, you know, trolls, you know, it doesn't really matter if you've got a full chat. It's one of those cases where you'd rather not have it. So, But yeah, hope you are doing well. Wishing well, 13th of your name. I'm not quite sure what you mean by back. I definitely slept in, so I was late, but I haven't really taken any breaks recently. But I'm happy to have you here either way. All right. So again, I'm just taking a look at my spreadsheet here for Forge and Sky memories. Forge is a little hard to find, so Foresight. Probably Bells of Ys would be the Newman. Pattern still works here. Regret. I forgot to write Confounding Parable, which should have Sky. Yeah. Technically Savage Hymn, but I think I need to craft that. Solace. This is an embarrassment of riches as far as memories are concerned, so we'll be in good shape. And then Storm. No breaks. Times for no, I took a break earlier. I mean I'm 2 hours 2 hours later than I would normally do, so maybe I would take another break, but I am also kind of thinking of how I can wrap this up in a good way, because actually have to be in the office tomorrow, so that's going to be unpleasant as far as getting my proper sleep in. Doesn't mean I'm not sipping tea though. But yeah, so what I'm thinking of here, if I take a look at the memories that I can generate by bringing in Reverend Timothy, I've got 10 memories. So Beguiling Melody, Cheerful Ditty, Foresight, Bells of Ys, Pattern, Regret, Confounding Parable, Savage Hymn, Solace, and Storm. 3 of these Reverend Timothy can make. Foresight is one that I already have. And Regret and Storm seem to be relatively rare ones. So even though this winds up costing me a lot of elements of the soul, I think it's actually better that I just skip Reverend Timothy this time and go straight for the memories that are relevant. Furthermore, I am actually going to try and listen to this recording. So we've got Doranwall with 8. The Whist brings it up to... Sorry, the Shaft brings it up to 10. So it would be wonderful if the Newman gave me what I needed, but I actually need two Newman, it turns out. So that's a little bit of a shame, but we'll work on that now. So, Inescapable Confinement first of all. Yeah, actually, I'm going to do a couple of kind of silly things, but I think they'll pay off in the long run. So drop water here. I'll read the Gospel of Zacchaeus to get a quick little knock. And then from there, let's get the Beguiling Melody and the Cheerful Ditty using the Faust. So the Morphe Codex or the Wind's Ruin are 2 I haven't read recently. assuming I have them. For Christmas, I'm gonna do a Yule log. I'll put on a fire sound and just sort the library for a couple of hours. Actually, so if I ran Weather Factory, there are two things that would be true. Number one, it would be bankrupt and it never would have finished a game. And number two, I would do a King Crucible Yule log every Christmas. I do like it when when people come out. So yeah, no, I appreciate the lurk, Karosh one. I actually particularly like it when there are certain comments that inspire people to jump out of their lurk. So, sorry, I'm really struggling to find the Morphe Codex or the Wind's Ruin. I refuse to believe that I can understand not having one, missing both. Yeah, here we go. Okay, and we'll do the Invisible Opera. I don't seem to remember it giving me a whole lot of lore that I could make a whole lot of sense out of, but actually, does this make sense? Yes, because I'm still going to be able to read the text. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. That helps us. Okay, so we've got one more memory for the 6 that we need. So basically we need 4 more. And we already have 2, so actually technically we just need 2 more. So my suspicion here is that we'll be able to read the... We'll be able to... Or sorry, we'll not read. Read the text, i.e. listen to the phonograph. We'll be able to level up bells and braziers, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do anything with what we find out of the text. I think that was inevitable, though. I suspect that for the higher level texts, I shouldn't be expecting... I shouldn't be expecting too much in terms of being able to work them. Of course, with my luck, it'll wind up being like 2 disciplines of the Scar, and I just spend the rest of spring trying to get that up to level 9. Okay, the Morphe Codex. A priestess of the Sisterhood of the Knot claims to have discerned the true meaning of the Thunderskin's birth. The writer credits the Red Grail, the Ring Yew, and the Horned Axe, the powers the Sisterhood reveres, with agreeing a final treaty between the Hours of the House and the Hours they'd displaced. The Thunderskin loved the Yew, and the Grail destroyed him, as restitution for the slaying of the Horned Axe's sisters and brothers. The Thunderskin entered the Mansis through the Peacock Door, a privilege never given to the Witch and Sister, but then their merit was much less. The writer admits that entry through the Peacock Door is unseemly, but insists that under the circumstances there was no other way. So there's the Beguiling Melody. We'll use that to level up bells and braziers. We've got Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the Mansis through the opening of his body. 7 were the wounds of his body, 7 the doors of the house, 7 the lesser aspects of the hours, and Knock the aspect above all, for the mother of ants is the mother of salvation. The book includes a description of a rite which can be used to raise a corpse to half-life, in memory of he who bled for the wood, but the Marginalia claim that the mother of ants no longer permits use of this rite. The stolen secret. Now that actually is not for this level up. This is for the recording. So this is also for the recording. And finally, The Invisible Opera unfinished recording, a recording of a 1911 attempt at a performance of Wings Within Wings, the so-called Invisible Opera. The singers complete the skewbald aria Beneath Our Skin and A Rose in Maya without incident, but the Invisible Opera is dedicated to Farazref the Magpie, who delights in unexpected interruptions. The recording ends with a clamor of horrified voices, a grating metallic screech, and a soft brass buzzing that fades into burring silence. A cheerful ditty indeed. All right. So, we want to read... No! Why am I so dumb? Nuts. Okay. A Faust will get me through there. The Shapt can still be used to level up Bells and Braziers, so that's not a huge hardship. We're mostly still on track. Like, we're down a minute, but other than that, we'll be able to recover. No, we can't. Ugh! I need a more powerful knock if I'm down the 2 Shapt. Actually, I'm still going to go for it. It may not work, but I have an idea. What else can I do here? I'm going to pour a glass of water and restore one of these Faust. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to hope that I get a add a soul card. That way I can use the Shapt. So we're going to be a little tight on time. Pour it out. Isle water from Brandkrug's Deep Springs. I wish I'd thought that through a little bit more, because I could have gotten a more powerful knock memory if I'd set myself up. But let's still go for it, because we have other opportunities over the course of the day. So we will add Faust. So I believe the best skill that we can add, so we've got Preliminal Meter, which will give us, oh, hang on. So Preliminal Meter would have worked no matter what. So I waited all that time for absolutely no reason. So Inescapable Confinement will cover this. Yeah, so we're 14. Oh wait, no, we're at 14 and it's a 14 mystery. No, it is a 16 mystery. Okay, so we're still where we... Oh, that's right. No, now I remember why I needed the 14. It's because VAC gives me 2 more. That's it. Okay, so we are still good, even without the Shapt. All right, I'm a match for this book. Enough knock to match mystery knock. So this also gives me a small advantage here in that I can start cleaning up on Bells and Braziers. So, or do I want to? Maybe it's better for me just to... I think I'm just going to restore my Faust. I think the sunny day kind of threw my plans off, but in a good sense. So let's stay the course. We're still at the halfway mark of the day, although I do need to get on top of restoring elements of the soul. So the shop stays put so that I can use it to level up Bells and Braziers. Although I guess I could use a Faust for that as well. I'll try and recover the health when I can. I suspect I'll probably have a surplus and we'll just work the Sweet Bones again, but my intention behind like taking care of this recording now was that would give me an idea in terms of what the recipe or the lesson that comes out the other end of this thing is. So if I can work towards, whatever the next big goal is, because again, the likelihood of me actually being able to listen to A Tower Rises is pretty remote. I don't have FET. My highest rose is Sand Stories, I think. There was another weird. Oh no, it's Preliminal Meter. It turns out. But yeah, I'm still definitely behind the 8 ball as far as getting the right stuff. Okay, let me also get an inventory here. So we've got Beguiling Melody, Cheerful Ditty. We've got a Foresight. We needed 6. I deserved a little quiet time. Okay. So we'll use the Whist and the Foss to get the 2 remaining elements of the soul. Let's do a Confounding Parable and Solace or Storm. Let's do a novel method for invocation and contrition. Actually, that's a VAC text, I think. No, Erica Payne. Great. So I can read it. So that's a Confounding Parable spoken for. I could do Rose of Hypatia, but I'm going to see if I can find the Mirror of Melisande, because again, I'm trying to read books I haven't read before. There is one intuition text that I'm a little curious about, but haven't needed intuition, so. Okay, so those will get me my last 2 memories. We'll be able to level up Bells and Braziers, and the health that I'm restoring here, unless something really dramatic happens with the recording, I'll probably just use to make some money. Alright, A Tower Falls, a phonograph packaged in glossy amethyst purple card with the words A Tower Falls in 9 languages on both sides. There is no other identifying information at all. A recording of uncertain origin, inexplicably compelling poetry recorded by a speaker in a rasping, rumbly, impossibly deep voice in the language called VAC, which probably isn't spoken by more than a few dozen living scholars. The poem speaks of a 4-winged war, a 4-mouthed king, a 4-rayed sun, a 4-cornered stone. It speaks of a tide-washed hunger of the heart. It speaks lastly of its own conclusion, when it might be spoken in dreams before the deep door by a messenger of histories. This definitely seems to relate to a couple of the other books that we read before. All right, it makes it a little awkward, but holy crap! Okay, this is gonna be an adventure. What are the odds that I would have asked for a Confounding Parable and this is the one that brings it out? So, Preliminal Meter, I thought we had. Yeah, it's the one that we used to read. Okay. So this is going to be another one that we take up to 9, which is generally good. That's actually going to be one that gives me the rose that I need to get to a higher level. So in that sense, it's a good thing. But man, it is going to be a journey to get what I need there. So I don't know if I'm gonna do a whole lot of this on stream today, but I can at least take some notes so when we play this on Friday, I can be ready to put everything into leveling up Preliminal Meter. So that one requires Knock and Rose. challenge here is that there's not a whole lot of Nock and Rose memories, and I can generate even fewer. So I got one confounding parable. Gossip. Oh yeah, okay. No, there's a couple more rows than I had forgotten about. Intuition. Pattern. Salt. Secret threshold. Stolen secret. That actually gives me everything that I need. And that's it anyway. And then in a pinch, I believe I would also be able to get some Nock from a name day riddle, but I'd rather not have to... I guess I could sacrifice a weather for it, but yeah, it seemed... let's not worry too much. Not worry too much about that. Okay, the other thing I'm going to take a quick look for is another Nock and Rose skill. I suspect there isn't one, but better to check rather than assume. I guess it would probably be Rose and Nock when I see it, but... Alright, so I'm going to have to decide if I want to try and throw this into one of the languages, or if there's some value in trying to level up a Nock or a Rose. So eventually what's going to happen with Preliminal Meter, it's going to be a 10 Nock, which is an improvement for us. So Nock will be the 5th, I think, aspect that we have a 10 for. And then Rose will move from 7 to 9. So that's a pretty big improvement. It's not perfect, but like it's not something that a single Preliminal Meter is going to fix. So that would mean that Nectar, Forge, and Scale are the three short ones. So if I level up Door and Wall, that boosts the Forge level. Although technically the same would be true if I moved up Bells and Braziaries. And the benefit of Bells and Braziaries is that can one day become a... Oh yeah, no, actually all that will do with Door and Wall is make it equal to Bells and Braziaries after I'm done with it, so... let's not fuss too much about that. Writes the Roots is my Nectar, so that's not going to help me anymore. So I guess the best I can really hope for here would be to somehow improve Scale. Yeah, I can use that with Horns and Ivories, it turns out. And that is that is useful because that can one day become a 10 scale. Cool. Not quite how I was thinking it would go, but I'm actually going to make a note of that too. Horns and ivories plus. I don't know why I need the second plus. I just don't pay attention if it only has one plus. Okay. We're still short one memory. And I might be able to generate some kind of a memory out of this, but honestly, let's just make the money back. I've got a lot of work that I need to do leveling up preliminal meter, so it's better that I just clear my schedule. I don't have that much time left in spring, so I probably want to double down on getting this done quick. So the first couple of levels, well, no, even 7's going to be hard. Okay. A novel method for invocation and contrition. Ingenious and rather beautiful techniques for entreating the names of the hours, developed by Rory Morrow, who styled himself the Sage Knight. The techniques rely on the unique qualities of the Arakepayan tongue. Morrow professes himself surprised that they serve better to entreat the names of the vagabond than the names of lantern or winter hours. Morrow demonstrates that preliminal meter techniques can be used with sufficient rows to invoke the vagabond's names, transforming an enduring reflection into something wider of sky. Okay, and the Mirror of Melissenth, the daybook and dream journal of Abbess Melissenth, venerated as a saint and respected as an alchemist. Melissenth speaks longingly of those we would call from behind the sky. Melissenth claims that the sights and sensations arts that she describes can be used to invoke the dream star when sufficient sky aspect is invoked to uplift an ascendant harmony. So that's the Didymos recipe. Right, we wanted Solace because of the sky. I was terrified for a second that I just blew it for leveling up Bells and Braziaries, but we're good. Okay, it's starting to look up. I'm a bit worried about preliminal meter. I think I overall worked this too late in spring, but I am reasonably confident in my ability to deliver on this. I am going to need to be thoughtful in terms of how I refresh things. I might even sacrifice a heart at the start of tomorrow. Yeah, actually, I'm going to sacrifice a heart at the start of tomorrow and a Foss to bring in Reverend Timothy, so that I can kind of have my ducks in a row. But I think we'll be good. Of the basically of the memories that Reverend Timothy can give us. So gossip, intuition, stolen secret. There are 3 that are relevant to... I mean, that's not a whole lot the more I think of it, but I think it's still worth it. Alright, as I used to say in my youth, the day is done, so am I. So yeah, we will bring in Reverend Timothy. It doesn't cost a whole lot for me to restore the Whist. We'll go pretty heavy on Confounding Parable, the Newman, the Pattern Salt, and Secret Threshold. So that should probably clean me out for the start of the day. Or maybe we just come storming out the gate with everything we need to level up Preliminal Meter. We can only use the shaft, but... yeah. We'll see how the day goes. Right, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Let's grab Reverend Timothy right away. I probably should have done that with the Shap now that I think of it. We will drop some more water. Okay, so Confounding Parable. Let's use a 7th voice for that one. I'm also feeling... Oh, there we go. Feeling a little tired, which always makes my decision-making a bit loopy. Okay, so that's one. Skipping Gossip and Intuition, but we want the Inescapable Confinement Newman. Okay, so that's 2 of 7 I need right now, right? Yep. Pattern next. So maybe Against Vitruvius this time. I know I've read that recently, but it's not a hardship to pick it up. And actually, I'm going to use the Shapt in this case because there's obviously no way that we're going to have this thing ready in time. So, so now I can get a salt text. Do a Pale Lady and the Prince of Wines. We've read that a number of times, but I don't want to... the fact that something's familiar, I don't ever want that to become sort of a point of... I don't want to render it unreadable as a result of that. Okay, so the plan's going to be... I'll use a glass of water to restore something. So Sweet Bones first, next element of the soul that becomes available, we'll use the glass of water, then we go back to the Sweet Bones. And yeah, that's kind of why I was willing to sacrifice the heart at the start, because if I can, I'd like to try and get 2 levels out of this. I may not be able to, and that's a shame if it turns out that way. But I think it's worth a try. So, speak with Reverend Timothy. Let's get the Whist rebuilt at the Sweet Bones. So the next one that I'm working on is the Secret Threshold. What I'm actually going to do next is I'm going to wait until I have 3 elements of the soul and the Shapt. Or hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 3 elements of the soul and the Shapt before I get the next few. Because except for Secret Threshold... Well, yeah, okay. I can bring in the Secret Threshold, but... Other than the Secret Threshold, everything can potentially come from Reverend Timothy. So at that point, what I want is for him to be able to generate things that are useful to me. So Hindsight's not useful. The one bit of good news is there's basically nothing for us to read. Like at some point, we'll probably do something with the Rose, but we'll wait for another season for that. A 7th voice, Samuel Savage's cycle of comic poems about a band of players who double as footpads seeking a 7th member. Sir Snatchsea is distracted by Mistress Twitchshell kissing Mistress Netherpearls and fails to see Master Magglepie making off with the players' funds. The whole enterprise almost ends in disaster when Mistress Wander-Eye's family insults her costume and she burns down their house in a fit of pique. But the day is finally saved by the 7th voice, a wandering bookmonger who returns the band's lost music. Maybe I should switch this around so that we'll focus on the preliminary meter first. All right, we've read this one a few times. Pale Lady and a Prince of Wines, an anonymous biography of Ava DeWolf. Last of the DeWolfs focused rather salaciously on her personal troubles and intrigues. Ava DeWolf is engaged to one Abraham Wheelock, but he leaves her at the altar. Furious and humiliated, she returns to Brandkrug and is not seen in London again. 3 days after her departure, Abraham Wheelock's body is washed up near Gravesend. His face is so badly pecked by birds that he is only identified by his belongings. These include a waxed pouch containing a letter addressed to Wheelock, whose contents seem to show he is a spy in the pay of the Austrians. Subsequent investigation suggests that the letter is a forgery, but the matter remains obscure. Lord Franklin Bancroft, sometimes called the Prince of Wines, begins a series of visits to Brandkrug House. His relationship with Ava becomes a source of scandal. Ava is by now 49, but rumors persist for years of a DeWolf Bancroft heir. Ava's biographer claims that before her drowning death, her child by Bancroft was adopted by her friends the Southies, that the child became the sister of the later poet laureate Robert Southey. No real evidence is provided to support this claim. And Against Vitruvius, a 14th century treatise on esoteric mechanics and parahydraulics by Abbot Ranulf, best known as a Mason architect. Ranulf describes how he tested some of these techniques in the construction of the Winter Tower, now called the Long Tower. He admits to unexpected consequences. Ranulf mentions that the tower of Ely Cathedral collapsed around the time the Winter Tower was completed, although he stops short of suggesting that one was the cause of another. A tower falls, a tower rises is all he'll commit to. Relevant to the phonograph we just read, obviously. It's weird to say we read a phonograph, but that is kind of what happened. All right. So I'm going to use the glass of water to restore a Faust, because in this case, really what we're trying to do here is just get as many elements of the soul back and running as we can. So right now we want 3 more memories, plus the Shapt. I guess I'll get the Shapt back with the Sweet Bones. But I guess that's not really relevant. Nah, we'll give it a try. It may be a bit ambitious to try and get 2 levels out of this the more I think of it. But it's worth trying. A little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. So I'll prepare a glass. Pour out. Pour it out. Alright, that intuition and some oh yeah, no, that helps. That's exactly the sort of thing we want Reverend Timothy doing for us. So that actually means that Shapt may pay off. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of 7. So we need 2 more memories. So right now that's 2 more elements of the soul. But again, if Reverend Timothy gives us something that's relevant, even better. Better now. Alright, so we're just going to keep that around. We'll recover an individual Faust. Gossip also helps. Great. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need a 7th. We can go for the secret threshold and not worry about stepping on Reverend Timothy's work. Oh crap. I almost deleted the Temptations of Architecture. Okay. Almanac of Entrances would be nice to read, but I can never seem to find it. So I'll give it a quick once over. Like, this is definitely one of those ones where I'm like, I swear I've got an Almanac of Entrances in the library. Every time. All right. Yeah, so we know we've got at least one level of preliminal meter. However, we are halfway through the day, and we're basically going to be starting from square one. So, my best bet here... we're not going to use a glass of water because it's not going to be ready on time. Excuse me, not going to be ready on time. I am going to keep going to the sweet bones. And the very least what I can do is get a Newman, which is a persistent memory. And I can get a memory that will travel in the land of dream. Which would be Lantern, Rose, Sky, or Heart, and bonus points if it's not something that... yeah, the Confounding Parable is what I would want, because Confounding Parable can't be made by Reverend Timothy, but it can travel overnight, so I'll get a Confounding Parable no matter what. Everything else might just be earning money or whatever. Like I said, we're close to the end of the day. But yeah, so we'll go for Confounding Parable, Newman, maybe make some money. And I guess at that point we stop talking with Reverend Timothy because it doesn't really give us anything that we need. So maybe that's a reason not to get the Confounding Parable right away. I think I have too many elements of the soul now. I can find something to do with them, but obviously we want to do something somewhat productive. Okay, an Almanac of Entrances, a handbook of sealed and unsealed byways and shortcuts through the bounds, is compiled by William Harries in the 1860s during his term as librarian of Hush House. Hang on. Where is William Harries? It can't be on the sculptor's bench. Pale bust. There we go. Okay. Harries discusses the role played by the Legion de Soul and its company of the Wolf in Gold in warding the Bounds against outside influences. He warns that Bounds travelers may themselves be considered outside influences. The Mansus, as Ys, lacks walls. Ys and the Mansus both have their gates, and there may be no gate without a wall. Thus the paradox resolves, as all those who walk in dream will learn. But the wood has neither gate nor wall, and so it is the wood whose roots may creep after us into the hours of our waking. Alright, let's level this thing up. So with that, let's also get the memories that I know Reverend Timothy can't give me. See, I'll use one of these to earn money, and I might keep the Faust in my back pocket just in case just in case Reverend Timothy doesn't give me something I can take into the next day. That's probably the way to play it. Although I should maybe consider. Yeah, no, we'll be fine. Skill is now level 8. Its power aspects have also increased. A regret. But that doesn't help me right now. You know what? I think I probably actually will go for getting the Confounding Parable after all. Kind of lost my nerve. Okay, so we'll work with our health. We'll still wait on Reverend Timothy. Like, it's not the end of the world if he gives us something. I'm not 100% sure what I'll do with the Faust if that happens, but... But overall, I'm pretty happy with how things turned out with Reverend Timothy today. Like, he wound up giving us memories that we needed. So, Solace, not relevant here. Okay. So I think I am going to go for the Confounding Parable. I'll do 108 again. It's getting kind of late, so even if there is deep, deep lore that I uncover, I might be too stupid to realize it. All right. So we're making a little bit of money. We are... At this point, it's kind of irrelevant that I'm talking with Reverend Timothy, but I don't know, he might produce something that's kind of interesting. The main reason behind getting a Confounding Parable is that saves me from having to read a book tomorrow. And so in the end, what I'm trying to do here is make it... I will bring back Reverend Timothy, but the aim is going to be to maximize the number of things that don't require Reverend Timothy right off the bat. Load up on the things that... might help. Like, basically see how much Reverend Timothy gives us, and then at the end of the day have enough elements of the soul to say, okay, in an emergency we can finish off the rest of the preliminal meter, and maybe we're just behind a little bit in terms of leveling up the next skill. And again, it's just another day. As long as we get preliminal meter up, I basically have accomplished what I wanted. The nice supplement will be if I can improve Horns and Ivories. That will involve 6 elements of the soul, so it's not, it's not in the bag, but it's also well within our capabilities, even if we wind up sort of in an unexpected Pneuma. It is very late. I kind of wanted to see if I could cross over into summer, but I'm not entirely sure I'm going to be able to make it. Okay, he gave us fear. I was a little worried that we wouldn't get the Confounding Parable on time, but... Okay, 108. Ava DeWolf discourses on the 5th history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it. The Great Hooded Princes, the Nock Long who ascended under the Mother of Ants, but now, so Ava claims, honored the Horned Axe. The Great Hooded Princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Revived Snow, thank you very much for the raid. I guess I'm gonna go, maybe I will make it to summer after all. I really appreciate the host. I hope you're doing well. For those of you not familiar with Revived Snow, they're actually a pretty interesting broadcaster. I've never really seen something like this before. But they are a VTuber, and they have a pure text-to-speech setup. So like I said, it's a very unique perspective. They actually wind up playing a lot of really interesting games. So I remember watching a bit of Beat Saber, but I believe I found them originally through Phantom Brigade, which was a lot of fun to watch. And I got a little bit of news, actually, about about Phantom Brigade, but it's better to just leave it. Like it's minor. I don't think it's anything that people weren't already expecting, but it's just sort of a little bit of a reminder of some of the things that they have talked about in terms of sort of plans. So there's just kind of a little bit more of a sign of life along those lines, for lack of a better term. But in any case, Revive Snow is a pretty eclectic in terms of tastes. Definitely an interesting broadcast. Like I said, there really isn't anything else that I've ever seen on Twitch quite like it. So I was very happy to see their stuff. And of course, I'm very grateful to see so many of you coming along after Revive Snow's stream. How are you doing? And what were you playing? You need to beat Phantom Brigade. I will admit, the capital fight was really interesting. I remember feeling like I needed to put everything into that. I'm curious how it's like now that the game is out of early access, but I have a feeling that the feeling is still there. And I'm sorry, Harrison, 1,500th of your name. Thank you for stopping by. I don't think I actually said hi to you. But yeah, no, it's one worth going back to for sure. I think you've been here when we've played Book of Hours before. So I believe you can actually go into the capital without... Again, this may have changed from the early access, but when I played it, I was actually able to go into the capital without capturing the neighboring regions. I think the text might say something different about that, but yeah, if you want, I believe in principle you could just beeline to the capital with your starting squad. You probably won't last very long. But on the other hand, it's fun to like build up your mechs and kind of like prepare and stuff like that. So I'm not going to say that you you shouldn't do what you were planning. Again, like, please don't mess up your save on the possibility there. But when in early access, when I did it, I definitely did not liberate neighboring regions. They might have had a different plan for that, because I think if you follow that was a game that was in development for a very long time. Like, a lot of people, rather smugly and like completely they're very nasty about it and have no reason being so, because I actually bothered to do my homework. But like, some people said with such confidence that the game started when it came onto the Epic Store. What actually happened with Phantom Brigade was they started as a company called Tetragon Works. I believe they were based in Seattle, and I don't know if it was a partnership with Brace Yourself, or if Brace Yourself outright acquired them. But in any case, it became a Brace Yourself game. They became part of Brace Yourself. So you'll see like Adelaide's in the credits for like Industries of Titan and things like that. And essentially, this already existing game became part of Brace Yourself. Brace Yourself, when the game was sort of ready, was released into early access on the Epic Store, and then it got its 1.0 release when it came onto Steam. And so the game has been around for a while. It's one of the reasons it looks as good as it does, because it's not a big team that made that. But it is also true that with such a long development period, depending on how far back you look, particularly for the Tetragon Works era material, There were plans that they had which ultimately didn't materialize in the final game. And I mean, this happens as part of development, right? Like sometimes there are things that can accomplish the same effect but with less effort, and so generally, simpler is usually better in these cases. But it's also true that probably there's a bunch of things that they wanted to do for release which they didn't have time to do, and so it seemed to do reasonably well, and so my hope certainly is that they get a chance to build on it. Although I'm very happy with the game as it is. But yeah, with that in mind, I get the feeling that the idea of like liberating all of the provinces surrounding the capital might be a holdover from when they had a little bit more of a, like, I think there was a kind of a rival system in place where there would sort of be captains of different regions that you would take on and develop rivalries with. And ultimately, I don't think that materialized in the final game. And so as a result, obviously you still have progression in it, but I don't think you need to liberate the neighboring provinces. Anyways, that was a lot longer than that needed to be. Sorry. But hopefully that's helpful for you. And when you get back to the game, you'll be able to pick up from where you want to. All right. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. Yeah, it was kind of interesting actually, because I personally never had the problem with melee, but when I saw how they changed it and how everybody else was just nailing their melee attacks, like that was one where I was like, this is why Brace Yourself is making the game, not me, right? Because they are absolutely able to see where the problems lie. Okay, so let's implement the plan. So I think in this case I'm going to use Shapt, just because I know I want to have that available to level up Preliminal Meter. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So we already know that we've got 2 of the 8 memories that I need. So the ones that we're hoping to get from Reverend Timothy are Gossip, Intuition, and a Stolen Secret. That means that the Pattern, Salt, and Secret Threshold are up for grabs. And I'm going to keep the Tryst aside. Okay, let's see if I can find by their marks ye shall know them, and we'll get a pattern out of that. There it is. Next up, for Salt, Crossing to Noon. I think that deals with Ava's child. Incidentally, I realize there are a number of people here who may be new to Book of Hours, so I'm fairly deep into the game right now. I've also been streaming for a while, which means that I get a little bit worse at... Not even a little bit. I tend to get worse at describing what I am doing, so obviously if you prefer to lurk, that is absolutely fine. It's kind of my job to provide the entertainment, but if you are interested in what's going on, or if you have questions, please do not hesitate to ask, because I love talking about this game, and I know that a big part of the fun is sort of the kind of like the knowledge and discovery, and if you're coming in sort of partway through while I'm rereading text that I'm already familiar with, basically even tonight, there's about 6 hours of prior activity that, it's, how do I put it? Like, you can kind of sort of feel like there's going to be a quiz all of a sudden, which is never a good feeling. So I'm very happy to try and explain the game either from the very basics, or if you just kind of want to know what I'm immediately trying to do, please don't hesitate to ask, because I do actually really like sharing this game. I guess I'm back to On the Matters and Deeds of Serpents? I always get that one wrong. There's a really distinct spine, but... Problem is, there's only 3 books that actually give me the secret threshold, so it's a little bit of a pain to find. Again, I'm convinced if I'm still playing this by the time Christmas rolls around, I'm gonna increase the volume of the fire sound effects. We're gonna do a Yule log of me just sorting the library for an hour or two. On the Matters and Deeds of Serpents, I swear I've got this. Oh, hang on. So one of these lower level ones. There it is. Yeah, it's one of my VAC ones. Okay. Like I said, I start taking my stupid pills around hour 4 of the broadcast. Let's go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so the reason why this is important, so I'm keeping the tryst just in case we get weather that isn't relevant for leveling up Preliminal Meter. The health is kind of going to waste right now, but the idea here will be I'll recover enough elements of the soul so that I can get the Gossip Intuition and Stolen Secret on time. So basically I'll get them all at once, and we'll use that to level up the Preliminal Meter. And ideally Reverend Timothy will give us more of those, but there's no advantage to... That was close to being what I needed. If it was fog... Well, I guess fog only comes in fall, so... Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Okay, so we're going to start by restoring Shapt at the Sweet Bones. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. So, because the clouds doesn't really give me anything, I'm going to try and turn that into a name day riddle, which should give me some extra knock to work with on Preliminal Meter, which strikes me as a slightly better use for this tryst rather than just sort of sitting on my hands and hoping things turn out. So, name day riddle: conceive a mothly riddle. Alright, I have carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So we dreamed on the confounding parable. I think that's already in my... Yeah, so we've got effectively, once everything's done reading, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the 8 that we need. And again, if I'm lucky, Reverend Timothy will wind up giving me something with Knock or Rose, but if he doesn't, I just need 2 elements of the soul. I've got one of them with the health. The Shapt is one that I need to keep aside, so effectively I'm 90 seconds away from getting everything that I need to level up Preliminal Meter. And then the hope will be that we can apply this to horns and ivories as well, but that's more of a target of opportunity. I'm not gonna kick up dirt and walk away in a huff if I have to do that on another day. Okay, hindsight doesn't help directly, but that may help with horns and ivories. Okay, so on the Matter and Deeds of Serpents, this was probably the Prophecies of the Naga rendered into English and illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s, but it shows a number of divergences from that text. It's certainly quite recent by the standards of VAC texts. The serpent folk, called the Great Hooded Princes, came to know the order called the House of Leith, and warred across the miles with them. They made an alliance with the mother of ants, whose children they had been. The text describes how the Great Hooded Princes escaped, or will escape, from the Fifth History, where they had died, or were doomed to die. They engaged in a secret conquest of the land of the Great River, called India in some histories, and have ensured that all other conquests of that land are false conquests. Moving on. The Crossing to Noon. The mystic Garcia Sowry gives a picturesque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, the Prince of Wines, and Ava de Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. For a long time, the Blackbone pondered her next move, until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed the composition of his third sestina, but the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. Garcia Sowry acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Ava in fact tragically drowned herself and her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey. But, he adds contemptuously, it is also widely known that the city unbuilt will so remain, that only one history is ever written, and that Janus is a mantis prank. Finally, by your marks ye shall know them. A monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, provides advice on finding the weak spots of Long. Little Sophia observes dryly, should one desire to slay an immortal, it is most practical to do so before they become immortal entirely. She details the marks, the changes that Long undergo as they abandon their mortal condition. As the lantern Long begins to abandon its flesh, its skin becomes loose, its bones soften. The sixth mark is said to be observed thus, when the flesh between the finger and the thumb can be pulled to the final finger joint. And we got a pattern for that. For those of you not familiar with that, the flesh pulling back, that is actually something that is described in Cultist Simulator as you are doing your ascension. So, I also think might have actually reflected something that happened to the author, but I'll leave it to them to describe. A quick nap and a warm bath with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So that's 90 seconds. We're not going to use that to affect these memories, but in 1 minute, after we... Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. More Stargazy Pie, which again, for those of you that haven't seen Stargazy Pie, I won't bring it up on the stream again, but you can do a Google search. Tell me if that looks appetizing or not. So again, if we're lucky, Reverend Timothy winds up giving me a memory that I can use. Failing that... Okay, Solace doesn't quite help. But I do have my name day riddle. Is this the way to the wood? But perhaps the wood is not a suitable place for a librarian. Name day riddle, a deceptively intricate riddle that might just teach us who we really are. Gervenius van Loren was notoriously fond of these. Oops. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Okay, let me just take a quick second here, because I feel like I've lost track of how many memories I need. So, we've got 8, so Newman, Confounding Parables, Secret Threshold, Memory Salt. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need 2 more. Why do I think... We'll be fine. In 30 seconds, we'll be able to read the book. But for some reason, I thought I had one more memory than I actually did. So there is a specific book that I want to read to get an intuition. I'm kind of hoping that Reverend Timothy doesn't give me one. Okay. Better now. We'll get the whist back again. In the worst case scenario, I just wind up using that whist to earn a little more money. What we're going to do here is we'll read a couple of books. So we'll take the heart, which is more or less me saying I'm giving up on trying to level up horns and ivories, but we'll see how it turns out. We're already halfway through the day, so I'm not expecting a miracle here. So I think it was like the 3 and 3. Am I losing it? Yeah, the 3 and the 3 Vatican manuscript. I had a kind of an exclamation mark beside that, so I want to see why. There we go. A church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the chancel and the calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine. Okay, so that'll be intuition taken care of. So I'll take a stolen secret, although again, there's the danger that Reverend Timothy is going to give me one of those as well. An account of Kanishkat the Spider's Door is the best bet there. Assuming I can find it, otherwise it's Gospel of Zacchaeus again. I do kind of like by their marks ye shall know them. This is really easy to remember because there's very few books with long titles like this. So I'm hoping that Account of Kanishkat the Spider's Door, Voyages of Furnisham of Oriel, another example. There we go. So in Aramaic, Lot Cowley, Kanishk's victim and lover, wrote this account perhaps posthumously. Okay, so again, the hindsight's helpful for the horns and ivories, but we need 6 memories in total off of that, so I'm not too hopeful that we're going to be able to get enough of that at the end of the day. Something finished. Oh yes, another Faust. I'm certainly not above trying, but right now I'm going to hoard up some elements of the soul just so I can make a decision at the end of the day about what I'm going to do. I may, make some money at the Sweet Bones. I may, what I may try and do with a couple of them is just get the Newman that might be relevant to leveling up horns and ivories. There's a number of different things that I can do. The focus right now is just getting Preliminal Meter up to level 9, which I think we are well on our way to doing. 12 seconds and we'll know what's up. Okay, so that was a revelation. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So, the 3 and the 3 Vatican manuscript, a church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the chancel and the calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine. I'm actually going to take some pretty careful notes on this one. The deepest knowledge is forbidden to all mortals except those that seek it beneath the watchman's tree. It is Calyptra that planted that tree. but it is the Chancel, the Cruciate, that has elected Calyptra. Who then elected the Cruciate? Or is this, as the saying goes, a matter of Janus? Okay, so I'm actually gonna write these out. So, the sister in witch is Cruciate, but the witch and sister is not. Okay. Even those powers that demand a conjunction are not always conjoined. When the sister is nowhere, does this mean nowhere sits in Crucium? It's not quite everything I was hoping for there, but it did definitely... I remember why I wanted to read about that, because this should help me be able to identify a little bit more in terms of the Chancel. Okay. Lok Cowley, Kanishk's victim and lover, wrote this account perhaps posthumously. Kanishk sought to become a name. In pursuit of that end, he made Lok Cowley the vessel of his appetites, promising Lok that they would ascend together. At the spider's door, he betrayed his lover. The Chiliarch listened to it happen and then forced Kanishk into his service. The Chiliarch cannot be denied. Lok Cowley remained to write this work and to describe the outer magics of struggle and contest. There's the stolen secret. Liminal meter. Lesson. Newman, confounding parable. Secret threshold. Salt, pattern, named a riddle, intuition. Stolen secret. Shopped. There's always more to learn. Alright. Getting close to the end of the day here, so I should take a minute and think about what I'm actually trying to accomplish. Yes, I will restore another Faust. I'm gonna talk with Reverend Timothy. So if I'm gonna level up Horns and Ivories, I think it makes sense for me to get another Newman. So we'll read that right away. That's written in Ericapean, so we will read that. A language of surpassing beauty and elusiveness, revealed through the ecstatic apprehensions of the Orphics, the Eleusinians, and the Sibyls of the Rhine. Ericapean, these mystics claimed, allows for the elaboration of hues, sensations, and states of mind too subtle for grosser tongues. One other example, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream, but of the idea of, you know, some of this being an opportunity to learn about things. So, you know, like I said, I wouldn't have found out about Stargazy Pie if Book of Hours didn't exist, most likely. But another thing that's kind of interesting is the way that this game weaves real things along with sort of secret societies and orders that didn't. So, for instance, the Church of the Unconquered Sun or the Sisterhood of the Knot seem to be specific inventions of Cultus Simulator and Book of Hours, basically the secret history settings. And it kind of makes sense too, because these are very directly referencing Hours and sort of saying these are beliefs that are specifically tied to sort of these entities that exist only in this setting. But of course, if you are not familiar with this particular part of history, it is possible that something like the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot exists beside the Orphics, the Eleusinians, and the Sibyls of the Rhine, which in these cases are actual parts of history. In fact, one of the things, and when we played Old World, we talked about Diagoras of Melos, whose one of his trolley actions was to reveal the secrets of the Eleusinian mysteries. because those kinds of cults wound up sort of taking over from more traditional religion. This was also true in sort of, I think, the Roman Empire, where sort of the traditional kind of the traditional religions sort of eventually gave way to these kind of mystery religions and cults and such. So this can be sort of fun if you find this stuff compelling and interesting. It can sometimes lead to a fun little rabbit hole in terms of finding out a little bit of what these things are. And I mean, again, like this happens to brush up against things that I'm already interested in. So, the Pythagoreans are more than just the formula for finding the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle. This was a tremendously influential sort of cult that wound up informing quite a bit of later philosophy. And like in fact the mathematical parts of it are some people would even say that really wasn't Pythagoreanism, that there was sort of this division between the mathematikoi and the acousmatikoi. And some people would say that the more mathy things that we tend to associate with them were actually one specific branch that was sort of a later development of Pythagoras' original ideas. But I mean, this is why these are really interesting games to play, right? Because there's this wonderful canvas of history that you can just draw all these interesting ideas on, and it's kind of, you can make whatever you want of it. Like, you have plenty of opportunities to just do whatever you think is right and interesting, to put that into your world, and more importantly, to connect it. So like the idea of like the cult of Sol Invictus, right? And the what those symbols mean and how they relate to the sun, which is obviously an important entity in terms of this game. The sun and splendor specifically. These are like the Emperor Elagabalus apparently was the first one to sort of introduce sort of a solar deity, which would later be, it would be adopted a little bit later on, but Elagabalus shows up in the setting for this game. And so again, there's enough history woven in, and things that actually happened and beliefs that people had, while it's still sort of inventing its own world and its own ideas. It's definitely kind of a fun ride to go on if you're interested in that sort of thing. I, however, am currently interested in trying to find I'd say a knock or scale that I can take with me to bed, and it will take, excuse me, lantern, rose, sky, or heart. That is a tall order. So Savage Hymn is actually the best thing that I could take with me. So I think I can actually get away with this just with drums and dances. Recall the hymns of the hill cults. Drums and dances with apprentice level nectar creates a savage hymn, or for a scholar level recipe, use an instrument to resolve it into a buzzing and more ancient song. I hope I made the right choice there. Okay. There's nothing really for me to take, so let's just earn some money off of that. We'll wait out the rest of the day, and yeah, I don't see myself taking any of these into the morning. So hindsight will be good for. So again, the plan for the next day, we right now have one lesson which we want to take care of before we get hit by Enuma. So I'm going to need... I decided that I'm going to use this to level up Horns and Ivories if I can. So the idea here is that the Savage Hymn is something that Reverend Timothy can't get me anyway. So we'll have 2 of the 6 that we need. And that means that in the worst case scenario, even if we wind up in Numa, I would only need 4 memories to be able to create what I need. So, Harsh on the Tongue, a music that urges valor and violence. Now, it will be interesting to see if we can actually take music overnight. Yes, we can. Dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. So I was actually gonna wrap up when we got to summer, but I'm actually close enough to being able to level up Horns and Ivories that I'll maybe do one more day. But that'll probably be it, because I actually really need to go to sleep. It is quite late, and I am gonna have a hell of a day at work tomorrow. So we'll keep the Shapt and the Health on their own. I knew it! All right. I gotta make some choices here. So, Noombroom is kind of interesting too. Oh, you know what? Okay. This is actually a rather good opportunity. Let's put Tristan there. Noombroom. Black Sapphire Wash. And maybe Asmiel? Yeah. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. So this is my opportunity to... So I'm doing this specifically for Moon right now. Okay, that's interesting. So if instead I added the remains like it's requesting. So this is basically my chance to use the Noombroom to equip. Like basically what I'm trying to do here is not... what I'm kind of trying to do here is... It's really the best I got, huh? I'm trying to build up to... Basically, I'm trying to create... I'm trying to learn as much as I can about the various lessons. And I've already got the spreadsheet that I've been working on here, but this is a chance for me to, like, kind of put the existing... Oh, now that's interesting. Over an egg. Okay. I will try that later. But yeah, so essentially what I'm trying to do here is play around with all of the recipes sort of involved. If I ditch the black sapphire wash, would I be able to put Asmiel in its place? No. Nuts. Yeah, sorry, this is going to be a little tedious, but again, just because they've added this new there we go. Oh, nope, that was a year tally. Yeah, so that also wants an egg. They added this new system. Kind of for keeping track of the... Okay, they also want the egg. For keeping track of all the recipes, so this is just a nice little chance for me to... fill in all of the gaps. Man, they're going crazy for the eggs. A flower. Oh, memory. Right, right. Okay. There's got to be a way that I can make that work. Anyways. Pretty sure I have what I need here. Oh, no, with a beverage. I think I got a cup of tea I can just chuck in there. Cool. Oh, that's an interesting idea, actually. So what if I were to put Lethe... No, because Lethe doesn't have moon. Would that matter, though? Anyways, there's a bunch of moon stuff that I need to follow up on with an egg. So, Ronoscopy. We've got a bittersweet certainty. Add a lens for a silvery ink of revelation. Would I even be able to pull off a lens in that case? Not with that. This might, though. There's Asmiel. Which makes me wonder if I add Asmiel to this formula. Now I know how to make a Didumos using moon as well. Cool. So that was a mystery we tried to do earlier, actually. Okay, so they want an egg again. Again, more eggs. feel like this one we've got the Wormwood Dream. I don't know if we ever added the Wormwood Dream to see if something else came out of that. But maybe this time we'll go and add our familiar friends, the Asmiel and the Essential Periost. Okay. That was unexpected. So if I add... Cool. This is, again, probably not fun to watch, but very informative. Eigengrau wants a flower in. Okay, we'll try that again. Use it on remains. Okay. And presumably if I add the Asmiel, that's not going to do anything. Trying to figure out, like, I've never really been able to use... I've never been able to use the Essential Periost as... Oh no, I guess it goes into a year tally. Okay, presumably if I add the Asmiel, it's gonna turn it into Black Sapphire Wash. Cool. That was very informative. Okay, so what I'm going to try now, I believe we have Moon at the Hall of Voices. Yes, and this should accept flowers as well as eggs. So we're basically going to do the same trick here, just with some different ingredients. Okay, so let's find the highest moon flower that I can put in. Moly? Doesn't count as a flower, though. Sea holly if I have to, but I feel like there's a better moon flower. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Yep, okay, fair enough. I don't want to get too careless with like I don't have infinite points in terms of okay, I've truly lost it. Where did I put my sea holly? Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'll start by trying to throw an egg in here, mostly to get the conversation going. Okay, you get a Stimfling out of that. I actually may try something with the Stimfling as well. Okay, so we're still 16 there. Wasn't expecting that. I'm actually kind of glad that I did this. Very interesting. So it makes me wonder if Ink's Inviolable and Solomon's Preparation will do something. Weird. I didn't think I had that much winter in this thing. Okay, desires and dissolutions, I can definitely take care of the wood. A lot of stimflings. I'm fascinated at how many moon recipes can create Solomon's preparation. I actually had no idea that that was a moon thing. Okay, so here's the problem in this case. I need to add a liquid. Okay, so let's just... Well, Pearl and Tide is the last one, so let's ditch the egg. I think if I add a Lethe, that should push us over the edge. No, because Lethe doesn't have moon. So why didn't Black Sapphire Wash work? I gotta figure out what happened with Pearl and Tide at the... Oh, we found out. It's... Yeah, Black Sapphire Wash. It's Asmiel. Okay. So I thought I was done with that, but there's actually one more set of things that I can try. Yeah, so there's the Stimfling. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so let's find something else that'll take a pet then. Yep, that works. Noombroom, memory, material, or flower. I'm trying to think of any moon materials I might have. I mean, 2's okay. I guess it's better than the... we'll see where it goes. So some of these I'm not expecting miracles from, right? Some of these I think we already have. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can just... Aha! Interpret the Stimfling's hisses into Crime Prophecy of Moon and Winter. Sickle and Eclipse with Keeper level Moon plus a Stimfling creates a Wormwood Dream. So I actually have a simpler way of creating that. So the other thing I'm going to do now is I was originally doing this... I'm not going to like go back and do everything over again. I will do this with a Chimeric Larva though. And the one thing that I'm thinking now is there are some cases where it might make sense to try and cross over skills and certain inputs. And given the fact that this is like Noombroom is a uniquely powerful memory, like this is a rare chance for me to actually be able to do this kind of inventory. I think I'm gonna have to call it after I do this for Moon, just simply because there is so much for me to do. But I do have a pretty good idea about how I want... Okay, yeah, Edict's Inviolable gives us Wormwood Dream as well. But yeah, I think I do want to do this for the other... skills. Just because this has given me more keeper level stuff. In fact, I feel a little bad I haven't been maintaining my spreadsheet, but I can take care of that. Like once the information's recorded, it's going to be in there forever. Yeah, we're still at 15. I'm getting a little low in terms of moon levels, so I shouldn't be expecting... Yeah, so at this point, unless I can come up with a better source of moon, we shouldn't be expecting too much more after this. I'll do it just for completeness, but okay, so one more of these, and that is getting rid of the Stimfling, adding the Chimeric Larva, which may not do anything at all. That little happy little guy there. There we go, Perilous Imago. So this, as it happens, was Moth, but... So what I am curious is whether or not there's a specific moon recipe relevant here. Oh. Name day riddle? Okay, we already knew that. So this, in fairness, was also something I was hoping to do the last time we had a Numa, and it didn't give us Noombroom. So there's a little bit more catching up here than what I had originally intended. Still, it's definitely helping me fill in some gaps. So originally what I was going to try was insects and nectars. Now, what's interesting about this one was... Oh wait, no, it is moon. So yeah, this was going to be the one I was going to try to level up the Chimeric Larva with. But by far the most useful thing to me right now is the opportunity to mess around with reasonably high-powered like aspects from things that are outside the skill. And that's specifically because I believe there's at least one in Castum Terminale that doesn't sort of follow the usual rules in terms of like the aspects that you think it would need. So that's one of the reasons why I'm sort of throwing everything at the wall here. It's just on those odd chances that I get to find a useful combination. I kind of want to do that now. We're almost done on this one, and then I'll figure out if I want to do this on stream, or maybe I can just do this on my own time for the rest. Okay, so it's like not the fully comprehensive list, but at the very least we have done this for Moon. We have Nock, Rose, and Winter left to try, and most of the Winter stuff I think we've kind of already covered, but you know, I'll handle that on another time. So I'm also gonna... This recap is going to be a bit of a special one for me, just so that I can get a get some groundwork for Friday's stream. So I'm looking to boost Horns and Ivories, which means that's going to be Nock and Scale. It'd be a bit of a shame to just use the Noom Broom on leveling up Horns and Ivories. So in terms of memories I know I'm going to be able to get, and again, that's Knock and Scale that I'm interested in here. So we've already got the Savage Hymn. So Earth Sign. That's one I probably should have gotten earlier, but Fear. I can get that from the Chimeric Larva, but that's still going to cost me an element of the soul. Hindsight. A Newman, but we've already got that, so pattern. Salt. Savage Hymn. Secret Threshold. Stolen Secret. Okay, and then it's worth noting here that I only need 6 of these. So I've got Savage Hymn in the bag, Newman in the bag, maybe Noom Broom. So we'll leave we'll let Shapt. Okay. So Shapt is for the leveling up. And then Health, Tryst, Whist, and one of the Fasts. Okay, yeah. No, I see how this is going to work. So this is the... I'm going to make a note for myself. The funny thing, actually, is one sneaky thing I could try and do, and I actually have a fairly strong temptation to do it, would be at the very end of the day, we go to A Tower Rises. So we add Noom Broom. We add... Okay, we would need to restore an element of the soul. I could still probably pull that off. So I guess it would have to be a Faust. Whoa, that's interesting. No, it's still 18. Okay, so I would need another another 2. So the just thing is, like, we could try and take the Newman. And like, so the trick here is that I read this at the very end of Numa, so that by the time it crosses over, I have it's not Numa anymore, and so I get to keep the the persistent memories. But the thing is I don't actually think it's going to be that hard. So the thing is, if Noombroom makes me that close, like, so like this sounds really, really like clever, and it's like, oh yeah, I totally should do this. But like, keep in mind that Noombroom is already 5 rows, and that if I've been this close to being able to read the phonograph without it, so again, because preliminal meter is now so high, and VAC is going to offer us 1 more point. So if we're at 15 on an 8, oh, actually, okay, my bad. 15 is actually quite high, or 18. Yeah, so this is a rare occasion because I have a rose that's higher than 3. Anyways, I'm probably not going to take advantage of it here. But yeah, if we were further away, the idea of being, oh wait, I also don't have a Rose Newman, so this is an absolutely pointless question to ask. We'll wait until summer properly. But I do actually want to record some more recipes, so I'm also not going to advance the day forward. So here's the general plan for how the day is going to work. I'm going to generate 4 memories using something like Health, Trist, Whist, and Faust, and I'm going to use Shapt to level up Horns and Ivories. Off of that, the plan's going to be to... so basically, one of the elements of the soul will go to the Sweet Bones so that I can recover Spintria. That generally pays well to give up an element of the soul. I'm curious if I can swim during Numa. A brisk swim. I'll plunge into the waves, though it's the labyrinth season. Something might be different. So again, something I'd love to try and do if I had extra elements of the soul. The health is very tempting to restore, for the simple reason that there's lots of cool stuff that I can pick up during Numa. So I want to weigh the possibility of like collecting, I don't know if I get a different version of this, but there's like the Moli, there's the oh god, it's Aglyphotis, I think. So I can make candles out of that. So yeah, there's definitely stuff for me to pick up. It's also a cool version of the Shining Pear. Oh, that reminds me. Sorry, there was one where I needed to add wood. I don't even know if it makes sense for me to put any more stuff in here right now, but let's level up as much moon as we can. Hopefully I'll find the one that wanted the moon in it. Sorry, I should have done this earlier, but I have it now, so I'll maybe right. Megaphine no, we already did Megaphine Mysteries. There it is. That wasn't unexpected. Hey, Digi Inferno. I'm actually just wrapping up now. I just got caught by something I had forgotten to try. There's a recipe with wood. I'm sorry I can't go longer, but I've actually already extended the stream a couple of times. It's very late here, so I'm gonna have a tough day. I was wondering how I'd get that. It's gonna be a tough day for me at work tomorrow, I'm sorry to say, so. Yeah, I mean, I just it's not your bad. I mean, everybody's got the times that they can work with, but I do just want to be kind of apologetic, particularly now because the last little bit has just been me loading in information into my recipe book in a not like this is why I like avoiding. This is kind of why I avoid the brute force approach to some of the puzzles in Book of Hours, because it's just not fun. It's not fun for people to watch, and it's not fun for it's not necessarily fun to not think your way through the puzzles. The problem is that I don't have an easy way to take the stuff that's on my laptop and populate those recipes. It is, however, quite easy to just slip out like a skill and put it in and out. So yeah. I do want to do this for Nock, Rose, and Winter, but maybe I will do that on my own time. But as a recap, the general plan is I will get the remaining 4 memories that I need, 3 or 4 memories that I need to level up Preliminal Meter. I will try and decide if there's something I would like to pick up using my health during Numa. I will use an element of the soul at the Sweet Bones to earn some extra money. I will also try and satisfy the visitor. So we had Aunt M stop by. We'll hopefully take care of another visitor. And then, if possible, like if I can find something that I think is important for me to build, with Noom Broom, I will use that in a recipe, assuming that I'm able to get the relevant elements of the soul. And if I'm not able to get the relevant elements of the soul, then there's a really easy answer here, which is that the Noom Broom gets used for, an input. It gets used to level up Preliminal Meter. And I'll make that decision on Friday, just because I'm going to be in a little bit better shape for that. So one thing I should have maybe explained that may not be clear to the people who are wondering why I freaked out once all the tone sort of changed. The big thing is that Numa is a special season where these persistent memories, it's the only time that persistent memories go away. So I can level up a skill using Preliminal Meter on the condition that I do so before the end of Numa. Numa, the shortest season, labyrinth season, when the year loses its way, when time is a river and memory a winged bird. In Numa, oddities ripen in the gardens of the Isle. Unexpected visitors arrives, memory departs. When Numa ends, all memories will vanish with it, even persistent ones. 1 of every 9 seasons in Bran Krug is Numa, but Numa is the vagabond. Numa has no heralds. Numa might arrive twice in 1 year, or 4 years might pass without the touch of its mists. So, pretty random. In this case here, I wanted to... basically, I just kind of wanted to get all my ducks in a row. Actually, one thing I'm not clear about is it says if it appears twice in 1 year, but 1 of every 9 seasons is Numa. Or maybe it's like it's got a 1 in 9 chance of happening. I don't know. Not really worth dwelling on too much. But yeah, it's fair to say here that I want to take advantage of the season to sort of do the most, and right now using the Noom Broom as a powerful input to a whole bunch of recipes is just an easy way for me to get that out of the way so we don't have to worry about it later. It's a chance for me to earn some more Spintria, both from visitors and from doing some work. And then finally, I get to clear out the Preliminal Meter. So essentially, once we start summer, we're golden. Like, we have a blank slate. We have exactly 1 more book to read, this phonograph. And we're going to be in a really, really good place to be able to read that on our own time. using Preliminal Meter. But all of that is something that I need to figure out on another day because it is now 5 o'clock in the morning. But I was very happy to be able to share this game with all of you. So thank you everybody for hanging out. I'm going to try and find someone to host, and I really appreciate you still sticking around, Revive Snow, because I'm sure that last little bit must not have been very interesting. But for those of you that do like Book of Hours, this is something that I will be coming back to on Friday. I will try to start on time, which is usually 7 p.m., 7 or 8-ish. But I'm sort of done with Cyberpunk for a little while. The librarian job is a good one. Now, I don't have a whole lot of people that I can host, but I do notice that Shodes 1 is currently streaming. I believe they're an Australian streamer, and I seem to recall Dendrian hosted them. If they're the one I'm thinking of, when Dendry hosted them, they were rather nice. So I will send you to their capable hands. It's always a little bit of a roll of the dice whenever you host someone, just because you don't personally know them. But we'll assume the best. And yeah, again, I think in this case, if it's the streamer I'm thinking of from Dendrian, they were actually very pleasant to hang out with. So thank you all for this extended stream. I will see some of you on Friday. For those of you that enjoyed the time on Brandcrude but maybe don't want to follow, that's totally fine too. I hope you had a good time, and I'll see you around. And thank you everybody for the raids and well wishes. We'll see you in a couple of days. Take care.